Chapter 657. The bet is the survival of the entire Gao family. If we win, we will follow squad leader Zhua and ride the clouds. If we lose, we lose. In the history of the past, which family has not made such a huge bet? We can see people who won the bet in history, but how many people lost the bet? Gao Qiao was high-spirited. My generation will take this bet as fate. At this moment, Li Chenglong said in a meaningful tone, intentionally or otherwise, "Isn't it too early for the Gao family to make this decision and take this position?" Gao Qiao's heart tightened, and she almost wanted to strangle this guy to death. However, she smiled sweetly. Vice Squad Leader Li, if we wait until Squad Leader Zhua becomes famous before making the decision, I'm afraid our Gao family won't have a position even if we are 10,000 miles away. Li Chenglong smiled faintly. Even now, there aren't many positions. Gao Qiao also smiled faintly and said leisurely, even if it's a peripheral position, our Gao family has the advantage now. As for the future, we'll leave it to fate. Li Chenglong's faint smile caused Gao Qiao to feel depressed. Originally, this was the first pledge of allegiance that Zhua Xiaoduo received from a foreign family in Fenghai, and it was very meaningful. However, because of Li Chenglong's words, Zhua Xiaoduo had the concept of first place in his heart. Although it was still the first in Zhua Xiaoduo's heart, it wasn't the first. Li Chenglong's vigilance against the Gao family is really everywhere, and he's always paying attention to us. Perhaps there are people here who don't understand. A simple explanation would be, if Li Chenglong didn't interrupt, Zhua Xiaoduo would have to declare his allegiance in the face of the Gao family's clear declaration of allegiance and the heavenly law blood oath. However, this declaration was a little too early. If Zhua Xiaoduo became successful in the future, Li Chenglong, Li Chengming, Long Yuxing, Yu Moyan, and the others would be the top echelon of power. As for the Xiang clan, they were barely able to squeeze into the first echelon. However, the Gao clan, because of their attitude this time, would also be able to obtain a spot in the first echelon. In fact, their position would even be higher than the Xiang clans, because this was the first family to defect. However, with the addition of Li Chenglong's words, it formed another layer of concept. Zhua Xiaoduo would definitely have to consider the matter of leaving a spot. Since he had to think about it, he wouldn't give a direct answer now, because there was already Li Chenglong's interruption as a buffer. What Zhua Xiaoduo needed to consider was, for example, Meng Zhongjun, Hao Han, Zhan Piapiao, and so on. These seats had to be reserved. These people might not be able to become the first group, but for now, before the Gao clan expressed their stance, they were still closer than the Gao clan and were more trustworthy. After all, there was no grudge between them, only a beautiful future. But now, such a big family wouldn't declare their allegiance. This meant that the Gao clan had been kicked out of the first echelon by Li Chenglong's words. They couldn't even enter the second echelon, which meant that they had slipped into the third echelon. If Zhua Xiaoduo's future achievements were ordinary, it would be fine. However, if Zhua Xiaoduo became someone like the left and right Heavenly King or the Four Directions Marshal in the future, then the gap between the first echelon and the second echelon would be extremely huge. However, if the Gao clan didn't believe that Zhua Xiaoduo would definitely become a dragon in the future, they wouldn't have to compromise so much if they wanted to earn this merit. Unfortunately, even though they had already compromised so much, it was ruined by Li Chenglong's words. How could Gao Qiao not be frustrated? Not only was she frustrated, but she was also so angry that her lungs were about to explode. However, no matter how angry she was, she couldn't be angry at Li Chenglong, let alone hold a grudge against him. If she offended Li Chenglong because of this, the Gao clan wouldn't be able to enter this circle even if they had to pay 10 or 100 times more. Li Chenglong was already destined to be the second most important person in the Zhua Xiaoduo group. From a certain perspective, his words could even sway Zhua Xiaoduo's thoughts and actions. It was true. Zhua Xiaoduo secretly gave Li Chenglong a look of admiration. Swollen's sudden words really solved his big problem. If Li Chenglong didn't say anything, Zhua Xiaoduo would have to express his acceptance or rejection. The other party had already made a heavenly Dao blood oath. As his master, couldn't he say something? No matter what, he had to show some goodwill and even sincerity. With this interruption, Xiaoduo was much more at ease and had more room to maneuver. Xiaoduo smiled and said, "It's really too early." Haha, as the person involved, I'm not mentally prepared to achieve great things. However, I've never rejected goodwill, and even sincerity. I've never thought about what the future will be like. However, I, Xiaoduo, am still able to share weal and woe with you. Xiaoduo thought for a while with a rare seriousness and said, "All in all, it's still too early." Naturally, it's still too early to say anything. Li Qinglong interrupted again. Senior Gao has already said so much. You're just ignoring her good intentions. Even if we take 10,000 steps back, aren't you going to give her something in return? The hatred in Gao Qiao, Er's heart grew bigger and bigger. She almost broke her cultivation and jumped up, swinging her big stick and smashing it on Li Qinglong's bald head. This bastard, he's really too bad. If Xiaoduo only accepted it and didn't give anything in return, it would mean one thing. However, if he gave something in return, the meaning would change. Xiaoduo patted his forehead and said, "Speaking of which, I do have a few little things here. It's not really a gift in return, but it's still a token of my appreciation." After saying that, he turned his wrist and a crystal-clear bead appeared in his palm. This bead was the size of a fist. There seemed to be countless rainbows flowing inside. With the appearance of the bead, there seemed to be a strange aura emerging and rising layer by layer. This kind of aura, this kind of atmosphere, made one's hair stand on end and shudder. It also made Gao Qiao, who wanted to say something, suddenly stop. This was the bead on the leg of the centipede queen. Xiaoduo had more than 1,000 of these beads in his hands. Of course, he could ignore it. Just like the spiritual meat of the Beast King, there were too many of them. However, this kind of Demon King's bead, no matter where it was, could be regarded as a treasure. It could even be regarded as a family heirloom in an ordinary big family. This is a Demon King's bead. Xiaoduo said seriously, "I could deeply feel your family's appreciation, accept it completely, and engrave it in my heart. Especially, you have such high expectations for me. I'm overjoyed, but I'm also really scared. I'm still young, I'm still a child." Xiaoduo said faintly. Gao Qiao's lips twitched. 100 million complaints rose in her heart, but she didn't know how to spit them out. This Demon King's bead has the effect of being immune to all poisons. As long as it's not some strange poison, you only need to roll the centipede bead on the wound, and the poison will be immediately removed. I'll give it to Miss Gao as a gift in return. Xiaoduo said very sincerely, and there was a deep meaning behind it. He said that he would give it to Miss Gao, not to your family. Even the slow-witted Gao Qingxiang was able to discern this. This time, it was Gao Qiao's turn to be in a dilemma. She didn't know what to do. It had to be said that this Demon King's bead was an irresistible treasure that the Gao family in Fenghai yearned for even in their dreams. In Jianghu, people couldn't avoid fighting and killing, and such sneaky tricks like poisoning were even harder to guard against. Once you were poisoned, you would die. As long as you had this Demon King's bead, you would be 99% immune to this most dreaded trick. The 3 drops of Emperor-level demonic beast blood were certainly good things. Although they seemed to be reusable, they had relatively harsh conditions. However, this Demon King's bead could be reused. It was even qualified to be a family heirloom. Even if it was used for thousands of years, it wouldn't be damaged. In terms of practical value, it was much higher than the Emperor-level demonic beast blood. Gao Qiao wanted to decline, but she was afraid that if she declined, it would be gone. Moreover, Gao Qiao still wanted it from the bottom of her heart. Li Qinglong said on the side, "Senior Qiao, don't decline. Giving each other gifts is a necessary way to get along with each other. It's not the way to go in the long run. Don't you think so?" Gao Qiao's feelings toward Li Qinglong were mixed with gratitude and anger. However, gratitude only accounted for 10%, and the remaining 90% was anger. This guy was really full of evil tricks. Why did he have to be so guarded against me? Gao Qiao's position toward herself and the Gao family was very accurate. From the beginning, she had put her position low enough. She didn't covet Li Chenglong's position at all, and she didn't dare to covet it. Therefore, even though she was proud of her extraordinary intelligence, she never dreamed of replacing Li Chenglong's position. But even so, Li Chenglong still messed up the situation. The good situation was reversed, and then it took a turn for the worse. And Zhua Xiaoduo's reward was a treasure that she couldn't refuse. What did she do? She could only grit her teeth and accept it, but she still smiled like a flower. "Thank you, class monitor Zhua," Li Chenglong said on the side. Zhua actually, with Senior Qiao, as the head of the Gao family in the future, similar to the previous gains, can be maximized through the Gao family. Zhua Xiaoduo was stunned for a moment and said in a low voice, "But we're still students of the Hidden Dragon High School. Won't we be neglecting the essentials and chasing after the trifles?" Li Chenglong said, "But we have to graduate eventually. After graduation, we still have to chase after these gains and losses." So Xiaoduo pondered for a moment, and after a long time, he slowly nodded. Gao Qiao's eyes lit up. After Gao Qiao and Gao Chengxiang left and got into the car, they drove out slowly. When they were about to reach the Gao family, they were still in deep thought. This could be said to be a trip to surrender. But in reality, intentionally or unintentionally, it turned into a confrontation between Gao Qiao and Li Chenglong. Gao Qiao was at a disadvantage from the beginning to the end. All her plans were ruined by Li Chenglong by 80%. Chapter 658. On the surface, Gao Qiao was very talkative from the beginning to the end. She spoke a lot. Her attitude made it clear that the atmosphere was under her control. Li Chenglong only said a few words from the beginning to the end. At most, it was less than 1% of what Gao Qiao said. But in terms of mentality, Gao Qiao felt that she was completely at a disadvantage. She couldn't even struggle or fight back. Sigh. Gao Qiao finally sighed deeply when they drove into the Gao family's courtyard. "Do you know what I hate the most now?" "What?" Gao Chengxiang asked. "What I hate the most is Gao Yin'er and Gao Ping'er, those two idiots. If it weren't for the past grudges, I'm confident that our Gao family would be in the most advantageous position. What a pity." Gao Qiao sighed again and again. "This is fate." Gao Chengxiang didn't understand. He asked in a low voice, "Zhua Xiaoduo is indeed a peerless genius. No one can doubt that. But is he really worth our entire family doing this for?" Gao Qiao snorted and said, "So, you men don't know what you're thinking. You only think about fighting and being brave. What's the use of that? If you can't even see a person's potential, then you're useless. We women, from ancient times until now, although the status of women has risen a lot, whether a woman lives well or not, most of the time, it's because of her judgment of men. Did you choose the right man? Did he have potential? In this aspect, in terms of intuition, men are thousands of miles behind women. Because this is a kind of talent. It's an instinct. Do you understand?" These words made Gao Chengxiang smile bitterly. He actually managed to come up with an experience. Gao Qiao thought for a while and said, "Zhua Xiaoduo is definitely worth our effort. Even what we're doing now is far from enough." Gao Chengxiang said, "He has the potential to be a marshal." To be honest, Gao Chengxiang had reservations about Gao Qiao's judgment. Looking at her now, which part of her could be a marshal? Could she be a high-ranking official? Could she be a leader? Gao Qiao pondered seriously. After a long time, she said word by word, "I'm afraid." More than that. Gao Chengxiang was really shocked this time. He was a little creeped out by these 4 words and didn't know what to do. More than that. Marshal. However, Gao Chengxiang's interruption caused the matter that Gao Qiao was originally considering to deviate greatly. When he finished talking to Gao Chengxiang and turned back to think about his own matters, he vaguely felt that there was a key point. The moment he was about to grasp it, his train of thought was disrupted by Gao Chengxiang, and he couldn't remember it for a moment. Because of this interruption, Gao Qingxiang, a direct bloodline disciple of the Gao family, was sent to clean the toilets by Gao Qiao in the future. But no matter what, Gao Qiao's heart was still hanging in the air. During this period of time, the entire Astral Soul's mainland was in turmoil. Many well-known families fell from grace, including the Gao family of Shangjing, the Gao family's ancestral bloodline. Although Feng Hai was the first to realize this, they had already expressed their goodwill to Zhuo Xiaoduo. Many of the family's experts had died because they helped Zhuo Xiaoduo. Moreover, the family had only been established for a short period of time, so they didn't do many outrageous things. They were not qualified to be involved in the plans of the Gao family of Shangjing, which allowed the Gao family of Feng Hai to smoothly survive this crisis. However, the annihilation of the ancestral bloodline in Shangjing caused Feng Hai to lose its source. Although they were still one of the few major forces in Feng Hai, their strength was nothing in the Astral Soul's mainland. They were like ants. They needed to find another backer, and it had to be a backer that they could rely on. That was why they made this gamble. Although this time, because of Li Chenglong's intervention, Gao Qiao's original plan failed, but they still got a clear attitude. With Zhuo Xiaoduo's acceptance this time, they had achieved their basic goal. Gao Qiao was quite satisfied with this result. She was sure that among all the families, including Zhuo Xiaoduo's natural supporters, her Gao family of Feng Hai was definitely the first to pledge their allegiance. This first position, no one could take it away. Especially after this time, Li Chenglong's side would definitely be alert. Those who wanted to join later would probably be ruthlessly suppressed by Li Chenglong. But that had nothing to do with the Gao family. In fact, the harder Li Chenglong suppressed them, the better. Next, they just needed to continue to show their sincerity and work hard. As for the Demon King's Pearl that Gao Qiao brought back, the Gao family was overjoyed. Originally, they felt that giving away the Emperor-level Demon Beast blood essence was a big loss, but they didn't expect to make a big profit in the end. Good treasure. The elderly head looked at the wound on Gao Qingxiang's leg and praised with satisfaction. Gao Qingxiang's face was sad. It was imperative to test the effect of the Demon King's Pearl. But did they have to test it on me? They caught a poisonous snake and bit me? What the fuck? What a fucking operation. I was just a little bit closer to it. Can you understand the feeling of being bitten by a poisonous snake without moving? When the sharp fangs bit me, I could feel how it injected the venom. Keep it well. The elderly head was pleased. I didn't expect young Master Zhuo to be so generous. He looked at Gao Qiao. Qiao, this time, you've done a great job. Gao Qiao smiled calmly. That night, Gao Qiao's biological mother came to her room. Qiao, are you? Mom, what's the matter? Is it so hard to ask? Qiao, are you interested in young Master Zhuo? Gao Qiao was stunned. That's impossible, Mom. Gao Qiao looked a little disappointed. I've been too smart. I've been too scheming. Any man who wants to achieve great things won't choose me. Even those who have made up their mind to have multiple wives will have to worry. If they take me as their concubine, I'll mess up their home and bully the other women to death. Gao Qiao smiled faintly. So, it's impossible for me. Don't worry. Her mother looked worried. Qiao, you have to think about your own things. Don't be like this. Gao Qiao turned to look at the night sky outside the window and said softly, Mom, do you know, if I really want to be Zhuo Xiaoduo's woman, the first condition is that everyone in the Gao family is dead. Only then will I have a chance. Her mother was stunned. I really don't plan to do that. Gao Qiao said softly. Looking at the night sky, the girl seemed to be confirming something. She bit her lips and murmured, I really don't plan to do that. But after Gao Qiao left, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong sat cross-legged on the sofa. One leaned against the other on the sofa, and the other lay down on the other sofa. They looked like a boneless snake. What do you think? Li Chenglong rolled his eyes and asked. What else can I think? Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't care. How can I not think? The Gao family is really early. Li Chenglong sighed sincerely. When everything was not clear, the Gao family of Feng Hai, who had a blood feud, was actually able to make a prompt decision and bet in advance. Li Chenglong was extremely impressed by his courage. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. I don't want to do anything big. The Gao family, I feel that their choice is a little blind. They are letting their imagination run wild. However, to be able to end the past hatred in one day. This result is not bad. It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. That's what Xiaoduo said. Besides, we can't be sure whether it's true or not, right? Li Chenglong smiled bitterly. How can it be false under the blood oath of the heavenly Tao? Let's take it one step at a time. The Gao family actually took the initiative this time. It's beyond our expectations. Li Chenglong sighed and touched his bald head subconsciously. During this time, his bald head had been mocked. But so be it that ever since we became bald, Li Chenglong had been prepared. This guy will definitely make me bald. As expected, his understanding of Baswa was quite deep. What's your cultivation level now? Why don't you hurry up and cultivate? Is what Xiaoduo asked. The middle stage of the inner core stage. Li Chenglong's voice was filled with melancholy. He had eaten so much raw beast king spirit meat, but his cultivation level had only increased by a little. He was getting further and further away from Zhua. It was so sad. He would probably be beaten to death if he told others about this. Your cultivation progress is really a little slow. Zhua Xiaoduo expressed his disdain. Li Chenglong felt that he had suffered a double blow. He went to cultivate alone. Zhua Xiaoduo, on the other hand, turned around and went upstairs, entering the Void Extermination Tower. During this period of time, Xiaolong had painstakingly moved in 3 earth veins from the outside world. It was equivalent to 3 complete earth veins, and he was still in the process of moving them. The inside of the Tower of Annihilation had changed greatly, as Zhua Xiaoduo spared no expense to purchase the Astral Soul's Jade Powder, and the earth veins in the space were getting bigger and bigger. The earth veins in the space were becoming more and more magnificent and majestic. Looking at it from afar, it was a completely formed mountain range. Although it was still lacking compared to the huge mountains outside, its internal structure was greatly different. It was already several hundred meters tall, and its top and bottom were integrated into one. It was enough to suppress one's luck and stabilize one's fate. As the earth veins in the space were getting bigger and bigger, the treasures of heaven and earth that Zhua Xiaoduo moved and were not just barely maintained, but were growing healthily. The most obvious change in the mountain range was the growth of green grass. It was so green that it was pleasing to the eye. The speed of cultivation in the Tower of Annihilation was equal to half a month in the outside world. Without hesitation, Zhua Xiaoduo diluted the 3 drops of Emperor-level demonic beast blood essence and watered the roots of the Dragon Soul Ginseng and the Snake King fruit in the space. The remaining 2 Dragon Soul Ginseng were better than the 1 Qin Fangyang took. After being nourished by the Emperor-level demonic beast blood essence, they even began to emit a golden brilliance. Chapter 659. The situation is not bad. Zhua Xiaoduo was thinking about moving in a few spiritual fruit trees. However, the spiritual fruits and seedlings provided by the Academy were not good enough for Zhua Xiaoduo. The quality is too low. Moreover, the fruits are sold in the market. There is no need to plant them. If there is a need, I can just buy them. What I need to pay attention to in the future is to find some high-quality spiritual plants and spiritual roots. Zhua Xiaoduo was now considering whether to bring Li Chenglong in for cultivation in the future. The functions of the Tower of Annihilation would only become more and more heaven-defying. If it continued to develop at this speed, his cultivation and strength would soon leave Li Chenglong and the others far behind. Gradually, he would reach a level where they could only look up to him. However, if that was the case, was it really meaningful for him to walk the path of cultivation alone? However, the secret of the Tower of Annihilation's time flow was too big, so Xiaoduo was not worried about Li Chenglong. However, what about Xiangchong and Xiangbing, Long Yusheng, Wan Lixiu, Yu Moyan, and the others? Well, Nian Yao was not in his consideration. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely bring her in for cultivation. Who knows, they might even be able to do something else. That he remembered that before Qin Fangyang left, Zhua Xiaoduo specifically asked. Qin Fangyang pondered for a long time. Others might not be able to do it all. However, Li Chenglong, in the end, Qin Fangyang only said You have to grasp it yourself. However, before you have absolute confidence, you can't let anyone in. This tower is not just a mystical object now. It is a mystical treasure in the world. Once the news is leaked, no matter who you are or who you have behind you, it will still be difficult to protect yourself. You might even lose your life along with it. No matter how careful you are, you can't be too careful. In the end, Qin Fangyang did not say whether it would work or not. Instead, he warned him seriously. Then, let's wait for a while. Let's wait until the spirit recognizes me as its master. So Xiaoduo sighed in his heart. When I'm stronger and have enough trump cards to deal with unexpected situations, we'll talk about it again. The two sword-winged tigers that were enveloped by the misty yellow light had already become much dimmer. Xiaoduo could even see two pocket-sized tiger cubs sleeping inside, looking charmingly naive. Xiaoduo could confirm that these two saber-winged tigers were being transformed from head to toe by the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment. They had been completely reborn and had transcended their original shackles. It was impossible to predict how far he would go in the future, but he could predict the path ahead. Looking at the remaining faint yellow light on their bodies, Xiaoduo estimated that it would take 3 to 5 days for the two tigers to wake up. He just didn't know if it would be the old tiger that woke up or a new cat that he no longer knew. Forget it. Let's practice first. Xiaoduo entered a meditative state. It had been almost a month since he had broken through to the inner core realm. With the help of the spatial extermination pagoda, Xiaoduo's cultivation had already reached the high level of the inner core realm. However, he still did not relax. After all, the stronger he was, the better. Fang Yinhua used the Beast King's spiritual meat to break through to the God-reigning realm. I should also make good use of my time and work hard to improve. Xiaoduo urged himself. After Xiaoduo gave him 25 kilograms of Beast King's meat, Fang Yinhua, who had already reached the peak of the cloud transformation realm, successfully broke through to the God-reigning realm. This result made Xiaoduo feel very helpless. Why don't you try to compress your true yuan? Fang Yinhua said that he had already suppressed it 3 times. Now that he ate a mouthful of meat, it directly exploded. Even he himself did not expect the effect to be so good. The next morning, when Xiaoduo, who had already grown a few inches of hair, and Li Chenglong, who had just started to grow hair, appeared at the Hidden Dragon High School, they realized that something was wrong. Almost all the students were busy outside, cleaning the place. It seemed like they were doing a thorough cleaning. The entire Hidden Dragon High School had an exceptionally tidy feeling. From the inside to the outside, everything was clean and tidy. On the tall building, many senior students could be seen flying around, cleaning the windows. When Xing Qian and the other teachers were flying in the air, working together to gather clouds. Wherever there was a need to wash, there would be a rainstorm. Even outside the Hidden Dragon High School, there was a large group of students constantly cleaning the place. What's going on? Could it be that some important person is coming? Xiaoduo pulled Xiang Bing, who was waving a large broom. Isn't it because some important person is coming to inspect? Xiang Bing's face was filled with depression. She said faintly, I just received the notice this morning, and it already caused such chaos. Important person? What important person? How would I know? Xiang Bing was also confused. Xiaoduo became more and more curious. What kind of important person was coming to inspect the place and make it so serious? To be able to make the entire high martial arts school stop cultivating and clean the place. All right, you guys go ahead and clean up. I'm going to cultivate. Xiaoduo turned around and was about to leave. Work? I won't do it. Remember to clean it up. Don't procrastinate. Xiaoduo walked out, patting everyone's shoulders and urging them. He acted like an unsympathetic supervisor, and all the students who were working glared at him angrily. You and you, holding a broom and sweeping the sky? Go down, press down the dust. Jinpia Piao, what's the meaning of you holding a little tiger when you're working? Your tiger is already grown up. Let him down and work. Why aren't you moving? Are you waiting to eat tiger meat? Meng Zhongjun, what are you and Hao Han doing? Are you standing still and slacking off? Xiang Chong, aren't you working here? Why are you running around? Don't you want to help your wife work? Don't even think about it. Hurry up and work. Do you believe that I won't beat you up for being a traitor? Yu Yin are you working or coaxing your tiger to play? Aren't you embarrassed? So Xiao Duo shouted as he walked. Look at all of you. Hurry up and do your work. Hey, who is this in front? Get out of the way. Don't block my way back to sleep. Everyone who heard him gnashed their teeth. None of them did not want to beat him to death. However, the situation was more powerful than the person. They knew very well that they were no match for him. There was nothing they could do about this bitch. Zhuo Xiaoduo's sarcasm was fast, and he also slipped away quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was already at the school gate. However, a shout came from the air, Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo ran away. I'm not here. With a whooshing sound, when Xing Tian flew down. Bang! Zhuo Xiaoduo let out a blood-curdling screech as he fell back into the middle of the field. He landed on his back with a perfect swastika shape. It's too painful. So Xiaoduo rolled and screamed, Teacher, when you trying to run? When Xing Tian took a step forward, grabs with Xiaoduo by the back of his neck and walked away. Why are you running? You haven't finished your work yet. So Xiaoduo kept kicking in the air. I can walk on my own. Teacher won. When Xing Tian didn't care at all. He just carried the big toad and walked away. Awesome. Xiang Chong looked satisfied. Many people around him immediately responded and shouted in unison, Awesome! Indeed, seeing this bitch embarrass himself really made them feel good. Behind them, Li Chenglong, who was pretending to be working, secretly raised his head. His face was still full of fear. I want to follow him just now. Fortunately, I didn't. That was close. Yi Changqing was having an emergency meeting with Xiang Quangren, Vice Principal Cheng, and Vice Principal Liu. Why did the higher-ups choose Hidden Dragon High School to inspect this time? There should be some other reason, right? I've never heard of so many important people inspecting a high school together. And Yunduan Ancestral Dragon didn't even go for an inspection. There must be something strange about this. Yi Changqing was suspicious, but there was nothing he could do. The head of the martial arts department and several marshals came for an inspection together. This matter was not just big, it was simply too big. There must be some other reason. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to gather all these people. But what is it? Forget it. To be able to attract these important people, it must be something big that only people of their level can do. There's no possibility of us getting involved. We'll just be responsible for the reception. There's only half a month left before the parents' meeting. For this to happen at this juncture, it can't be so coincidental, right? I keep feeling that there's a connection between the two. Yi Changqing frowned and said, This time, it's said that they've brought a few juniors over. Maybe they'll spar with the high school students. Who'll we send? There must be a match between Yunduan Realm students and nascent Soul Realm students. But we don't have to worry about Jindan Realm students. Yi Changqing was having an emergency meeting. When Xingqian came in with Zhuo Xiaoduo. This guy is here. Well, if there's a suitable one, let him go. With his skills, he can guarantee a victory. Well, it's settled. In the sky not far from Fenghai City, a group of people gathered together and were heading towards the Starry Mountains. Let's go and see if there's really a relic. We also need to confirm if the Liu family people are here. Let's go directly to the Starry Mountains. Okay, where's Wu Taijiang? He's on his way here. That's good. Let's take a look. We don't need to do anything. Let's wait until everyone is here. This bit of eloquence still needs to be said. Good. They should be here soon. Quite a lot of people from the Umno Alliance came this time. Out of the 12 great shamans, a total of 11 came. Minister Ding smiled bitterly. It seems that they're really treating this as a vacation. Yudong Tian smiled. Let's not talk about other things. The great fire shaman couple will definitely come. After so many years, they're going to die of boredom. How can they not sneak out to play when Uncle Zhuo isn't here? Everyone laughed heartily in their hearts. That matter was really a mischievous matter that made everyone want to piss their pants. By the way, when everyone is here, Wu Taijiang and I won't go to the Hidden Dragon High School. Chief Nan Fong smiled. You can go, but don't forget to do business. Well, we have to finish business first. Chapter 660. Why aren't you going? The others were all stunned when they heard this. Weren't you the one overseeing this? Why didn't want to go at this time? The heavenly king of the right laughed and said, "No problem. You don't have to go if you don't want to." Then he glared at them and said, "Why are you so curious? Isn't it better if Nan Zhengqian doesn't go?" Marshal Dongfang, Marshal Shimen, and the others looked at Minister Nan and the heavenly king of the right suspiciously. There's something going on with these people, and it's something we don't know about, Marshal Dongfang said with certainty. Minister Ding and the other inspectors nodded. Yes, there must be something going on. The emperor isn't here yet. If he's here, he can suppress them. Unfortunately, we don't have the power. Marshal Beigong glanced at the king of Zhualu as he spoke. Now, the only person who could make the heavenly king of the right reveal his secret was probably the king of Zhualu's wife. The king of Zhualu looked up at the sky. Don't look at me. I don't know anything. Minister Nan was transmitting a message. He sent an urgent message to the heavenly kings of the right and the left and the lady of the right. I'm warning you, if he were to give himself away, then everyone would die together. I'm still on the blacklist. The heavenly king of the right, Yu Tian, glanced at the Nan Zhengqian proudly. Hee, this guy is still on the blacklist? That's great. Do you know why you're on the blacklist? Hee. We're here to accompany the marshals. We're just followers, so it's not important. Yu Tian chuckled. Marshal Dongfang and the others smiled bitterly. Damn it, I can't afford to have followers like you. Followers? I also think it's better not to expose our identities. The heavenly king of the left chimed in, surprising everyone. The others were even more surprised. When did the heavenly kings of the right and the left agree? Fine. They began to discuss in secret. Let Minister Ding lead the team. Yes. When the time comes, he... Department head Ding of the martial arts department was dumbfounded. What team? What are you guys discussing? Can you let me know? But obviously not. You're only responsible for leading the team. What's the point of knowing so much? Yes, little Ding, you're just a flag. Wait a moment, don't rush. I know. General Dongfang and the others were also dumbfounded. Right now, the southern chief, the left and right heavenly kings, and the left heavenly king's wife were whispering to each other what was going on. Everyone, keep a low profile. Don't go there with your original appearance. Yes, keep a low profile. After all, with so many major characters arriving at the same time, how could the commotion be small? The shock it gave to the students couldn't be small either. Naturally, it was better to keep a low profile. However, the most important thing right now was to meet up with the others first. In an extremely distant location, the 8 senior magi came together with the wind. They swaggered through the defensive line of the Sun and Moon Fortress. They did it openly and openly. The defenders here didn't even raise their heads to look. They were all seizing the time to rest. They had already received the order. Besides, these 8 fellows moved out together. If we went up to intercept them, we would be courting death. There would be no other result. Behind them, there were 3 senior magi leading a team and following closely behind. Among the first echelon, the fire magi were the most active. I haven't been out for a long time. This time I must have a good time. Yes, it's indeed a rare opportunity. Yes, it's a good time since that's what guy isn't here. The fire magi couple were in high spirits. When we arrive here, we must go to the big city to buy some things. The fire magi's wife was in high spirits. She had already planned to buy goods. When it comes to the necessities of life, this side is much better than our side. That's true. Sister-in-law, Brother Lihua lost to you last time. It wasn't on purpose. Don't take it to heart. The ice magi persuaded. Lihua was dumbfounded. What was this about? After so many years, when she was so happy now, what the fuck? Was this persuasion? Sure enough, as soon as this matter was mentioned, the wife immediately flew into a rage. Your second brother is heartless. He's really a weirdo. He can actually lose his wife. Useless thing. Lihua's emotions, which were still high just now, were immediately extinguished. He lowered his head deeply. The ice magi hurriedly tried to persuade him. My brother didn't do it on purpose. Nonsense. I'm angry that he's a blockhead. When others dig a hole, he jumps in it. When others dig a hole, he jumps in it. How many times has it been? He doesn't have a long memory. Sister-in-law, calm down. In fact, when I lost you last time, I couldn't stand it anymore. It was too stupid. Get out of here. The fire magi was angry and roared. Stay away from my wife. Get out of here with the boss. This kid provoked him every day and made him get beaten up. He was really not a good person. He held his wife in his arms and sped up with a whoosh, leaving the team alone. We won't go with you. If you go fast, I'll go slow. If you go slow, I'll go fast. The ice magi had to go to the flood witch's side with some boredom. The flood witch looked at him sideways. Boss, hee what? It said that Wu-Do is crazily smashing things in his territory. Don't mention how depressed he is. The ice magi was gloating. Last time, Wu-Do was forced back into his stomach by Zwa, and he's been holding it in for so many years. This time, if we don't take him with us, he'll definitely feel uncomfortable. But there's no other way. It's not that we don't want to take him with us, but that no one likes him. Huh? The flood witch looked at the ice magi who was laughing so hard that his 30 or so teeth were exposed. She frowned and said, Ice magi, you've been like this since you were a child. Every time you see others in bad luck, you're as happy as a pug. I'm curious. Others are in bad luck, but you don't get any benefits, right? The ice magi touched his nose and chuckled. It's secondary whether I get any benefits or not, but it's really cool to see others in bad luck. Boss, you don't understand the joy of gloating. The flood witch snorted with a dark face. Boss, this time when we go to Feng Hai, do you want to? Hee. Go and see your son. Duong. A hammer. With a shrill scream, the ice magi fell from the clouds. In another direction, the team of the Tao League had entered the territory of the astral souls and was heading toward the Starlight Mountains at a leisurely pace. In the continent of the astral souls, not far from Feng Hai City, Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding came to Feng Hai City on a scenic tour. The parent-teacher conference is half a month away. Why are you here so early? Zhuo Changlu was displeased. Wu Yuding, who was the initiator of this trip, was very excited. After receiving the notice, she urged Zhuo Changlu to set off early. Don't you miss your son at all? Wu Yuding was even more displeased. I haven't seen you for so long. How can you be so heartless? He's your son. The problem is that it's useless to come early. Isn't it enough to see your son early? What else do you want? Okay, you have a point. Besides, at our current speed, it'll take us at least 2 days to get there. Wu Yuding was very displeased. In the past, a breath's time was enough. There was no need to be so slow. Now, Wu Yuding was really looking forward to it. She couldn't wait to go to her son's side, hug, and kiss him. If it wasn't for this parent-teacher conference, she might have been able to keep her cool. Now that there was such a legitimate opportunity, how could she keep her cool? She urged Zhuo Changlu to hurry over early. Principal, Zhuo Xiaoduo was carried by Wen Xingtian into the office from the air. He complained, Principal, you have to help me. Teacher Wen abused me. Teacher Wen hit me again. Beat him up. Yi Changqing's mouth twitched. His expression was interesting. Vice Principal Liu and Vice Principal Cheng were speechless. Principal, I really didn't do anything. I came to school diligently and carefully, and I practiced and studied diligently. Look at Teacher One. She carried me like a puppy, and she even kicked me from time to time. Zhuo Xiaoduo bared his fangs and brandished his claws in the air. He was indignant. I'm a good student with good character and academic performance. I'm a righteous and selfless student leader. I have a bright future ahead of me. Teacher Wen abused me and humiliated me. He has greatly damaged my righteous image. How can I be a role model for the students? How can I raise my head in front of the students? Principal, you have to help me. Uffed. Wen Xingtian threw Zhuo Xiaoduo to the ground like a rag. He crossed his arms and sneered. How do you want a principal to help you? Xiang Quangren, Lu Yichuan, and Cheng Gaing all chuckled and watched with interest. Yi Changqing had one eye open and the other closed. He made a strange expression and said sarcastically, Yeah, how do you want me to help you? Or, how do you want me to treat Teacher Wen? Tell me, what do you want me to do to satisfy you? Zhuo Xiaoduo sat on the floor and looked at Wen Xingqian, who was rubbing his hands together. His eyes were full of undisguised malice. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He murmured, Actually, I just feel that Teacher Wen is working too hard. It takes a lot of effort to get physical with her. So I'm going to suggest that you give teacher one a raise. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter, and the hall was filled with laughter. When Xingtian stared at Zhuo for a long time, finally, he couldn't help but laugh. Bastard, he was kicked in the butt again. How dare you complain to the teacher? Another kick. Zhuo covered his butt and pursed his lips. He felt wronged. Teacher one, you've worked hard. Actually, I'm thinking for you. You're not young anymore, and you're still single. Chapter 661. Let's get down to business. When Xingtian snorted and gave him a sideways glance, Yi Changqing coughed twice and said, Zhuo. Zhuo perked up and said, I'm here. This time, the leaders are here to inspect and guide us. This is the top priority of the Hidden Dragon High School. Yi Changqing said, it must be treated seriously. This time, the people who are coming are likely to have a martial arts competition. Zhuo, since you're the student leader, you must participate. I hope that when the time comes, you won't embarrass the Hidden Dragon High School. You must win. Zhuo was full of confidence. Principal, don't worry. I am invincible in the embryonic breathing realm. Yi Changqing spat out a mouthful of tea onto Zhuo's head and face. Xiang Quangren laughed until his beard was trembling. This brat was already at the high level of the primordial elixir realm, yet he still had the nerve to say that he was invincible in the embryonic breathing realm. You must be invincible even against an opponent of the primordial elixir realm. No matter who you face, you must win. Yi Changqing said with a stern face, this is a hard target. You must complete it. Zhuo said solemnly, I will do my best and die for it. Bah! When Xingtian rubbed his fists and wanted to beat him up again. You can even defeat a normal Huayan now. Why do you have to be so passionate about fighting a few primordial elixirs? Why do I want to beat him up so badly? Can you fight against an opponent of the infant transformation realm? Yi Changqing asked. This, I can fight, but to say that I will definitely win, it is still debatable. Zhuo deliberated for a while. He wouldn't be so sure. What if he couldn't win? Sister Nian would definitely not be stagnant. Now, she had to be at least at the high level of the infant transformation realm. What if there was a genius like Sister Nian? Although Zhuo was conceited, he didn't dare to say that he would definitely win. Zhuo was wary of the super strong nascent soul transformation stage cultivator he encountered in the Starry Mountain Range. There were many geniuses in this world. There were still geniuses above geniuses. It was impossible to estimate how strong an individual's strength could be. Zhuo never thought that he was the best in the world. In Zhuo's mind, his first impression was very simple. I'm a very ordinary person with average qualifications. I didn't even enter the path of cultivation before the age of 17. I'm just catching up with those geniuses. My aptitude is ordinary. My family is ordinary. My martial prowess is ordinary. My cultivation is ordinary. And my martial skills are also ordinary. Therefore, I must be careful and not be reckless. There's nothing wrong with being careful. If I was given a chance to sleep under the blanket until the end of the World War, the Star Spirit continent would be victorious. Then I would go home immediately and hug Nian Cat to sleep happily. The most suitable life for me is to eat and wait for death. I'm immortal, invincible, and sleep at home. Yi Changqing, when Xingtian and the others were very reassured by Zhuo's promise. With regards to this kid's strength, no one was clearer than them. Even if it was an exaggeration, if the Hidden Dragon High School's 4th grade had the highest cultivation level, if they were to fight with Zhuo to the death, who would emerge victorious was still unknown. Those students were already at the cloud transformation stage, and they were the kind of geniuses who had suppressed their cultivation level several times. Therefore, Zhuo would definitely win the battle. But for the whole day, although Zhuo did not participate in the cleaning, he was fiercely trained by Wen Xingtian several times. Along with him were Li Chenglong, Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Meng Zhangjun, Hao Han, Zhen Piapiao, Yun Zhang Haonan, Feng Junsheng, Jia Kuang, and the others. In the end, when Xingtian confirmed that the geniuses of the hidden sects and even the geniuses of the martial arts high school would not be a match for his students. Even without Zhuo Xiaoduo, Li Qinglong alone was enough to suppress them. Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Meng Zhongjun, Yin and the others were enough to be outstanding in other schools. It shouldn't be a problem. When Xingtian quietly breathed a sigh of relief. It was said that this time, Minister 1, General Dongfang, and Shimen Beigong had come together for an inspection. It was a big commotion. The lineup accompanying them was not small at all. When Xingtian felt that this might be the highest level of inspection by foreign guests since the establishment of the Hidden Dragon High School, the generals of the three armies, and the Minister of Martial Arts, who was in charge of all the high martial arts education in the entire Astral Souls. Hidden Dragon High School was on guard, as if they were facing a great enemy. A day passed. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Qinglong, who had been beaten up like sandbags for the whole day, returned to the villa and saw Gao Qiaoer standing at the door. "Why are you here?" The two of them were weak. Their faces were covered in dust, and they looked even more miserable. "I really didn't mean to wait for you to rest. The situation is really urgent and can't be ignored." Gao Qiaoer saw the two of them in a sorry state and could not help but laugh. "Hurry up and talk. I'll leave after you're done." Since that night, Gao Qiaoer did not treat herself as an outsider anymore. Her words were also becoming more and more impolite. Gao Qiaoer had a very good control of this. She showed the closeness that one of us should have, but also maintained enough respect. As well as enough respect. The inspection this time is very unusual. Gao Qiaoer was very cautious and said, "About this, I wonder what you think, Vice Squad Leader Li." Li Qinglong frowned and said, "I'm not very clear about the true meaning of the inspection. After all, I haven't experienced it before. But generally speaking, the leaders have to inform us in advance of the inspection, right? But this time, it came very suddenly. Before today, there was no news at all. It seems like it was done on the spur of the moment. But how can the three military leaders be acting together on the spur of the moment? There must be something fishy about it." Gao Qiaoer nodded and said, "That's right. There's another point. The inspection this time happened not long after the massacre of the aristocratic families in the south. At this time, Minister Ding of the Martial Arts Department should be very busy in Shangjing. He should be busy dealing with the aftermath. How can he come out for an inspection at this time? If things are abnormal, there must be something fishy. Plus, the generals of the three armies gathered at the same time. It's an even more serious matter. The three generals have a lot of troops in their hands. They're all shouldering the heavy responsibility of resisting foreign aggression and strengthening our country. How can they come together at the same time?" Gao Qiaoer frowned and said, "The three generals are all here. What about the defense line at the border?" Li Qinglong nodded to show his agreement. Of course, he had thought of all these, but he never thought of the reason. He probed, "I'm guessing that nothing happened at the border? But how can the three generals be sure that nothing happened at the border? To be able to make the three generals so assured, there must be some kind of agreement between the higher-ups of both sides. Plus, it must be a situation where there's someone in charge and nothing goes wrong. That's why the three generals let go of the idea that there can never be too much deception in war and let go of everything to come together." Gao Qiaoer frowned and said, "I think so too. But this kind of thing is too whimsical. The two sides have been enemies for generations. The hatred is as deep as the sea. Their positions are difficult to reconcile. How can they be so assured of each other? This is not necessarily impossible. In this world, there are no eternal enemies. There are only eternal interests." Li Qinglong said, "In my opinion, only this kind of understanding can explain this kind of behavior that shouldn't have happened. Other than this, there can't be any other possibility." "Yes, that's right." Gao Qiaoer nodded slowly. "I thought about it, and this is the only possibility. So I'm guessing the three generals came to inspect with such confidence. Could it be that the higher-ups of the UMNO alliance also came together? If this guess was put in the ears of ordinary people, it would be earth-shattering and shocking." But Li Qinglong thought about it and nodded slowly. "Yes, this possibility is very high. because this is the only way the three generals can truly be assured. Li Qinglong said, but if the higher-ups of the UMNO alliance also came, then it wouldn't be just to inspect the Hidden Dragon Martial School. There must be something else happening. The Hidden Dragon Martial School can't interfere with other things. But the inspection of the Hidden Dragon Martial School, even if it's just a small thing in the journey, is already a big deal for the Hidden Dragon Martial School. Gao Qiao said then, if there's a martial arts competition, will it not only be an internal fight within the Star Spirit continent, but will there be other races participating as well? The victory or defeat of this fight will be related to the honor of the continent. After Gao Qiao said this, Li Qinglong and Zhou Xiaoduo's expressions immediately became serious. If no one reminded them of this, they wouldn't have thought of it. After all, they came from a small city like Phoenix City. Their vision was far from that level. So, Mr. Zhou, Gao Qiao leisurely stood up. You must be mentally prepared. As one of the most outstanding students of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy, you will definitely participate in this battle. You must not lower your guard. I estimate that this battle will be exceptionally bitter. Of course, it will also be exceptionally glorious. Li Qinglong thought deeply and nodded slowly. Gao Qiao left. On the way back, Gao Qingxiang, who was still acting as the driver, was confused. I don't understand what you mean by saying all this. Gao Qiao said lightly, tomorrow's inspection. What should the martial school use to display? It's nothing more than martial arts and strength. And how to display it is better than a battle between geniuses. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Qinglong will definitely participate in the battle between the same level. There is no doubt about this. And for tomorrow's battle, almost all the higher-ups of the continent will be present. If they win, they will be proud, and it will be on the continent's level. So Xiaoduo will also enter the eyes of the higher-ups from now on. To a certain extent, from tomorrow onwards, Zhou Xiaoduo's true starting point will be. Zhou Xiaoduo has prepared in advance. Even if it's just a little bit of preparation, it will make this path much smoother. If his path is smoother, our Gao family will be smoother. The Hidden Dragon Martial School will also be smoother in the future. You and I will also be smoother and more glorious. This is a win-win situation. How can we not help when it's convenient to help others? Gao Qiao leaned against the back of the seat. Her bright eyes looked at the dim road in front of her, and she said softly, turn on the lights. Look further. Chapter 662. Gao Qingxiang immediately changed the light. Sure enough, it became a little brighter in front of him, and he could see further. Gao Qingxiang thought carefully about Gao Qiao's words. It was very normal, as if she was just reminding him to change the light when driving, but why did it feel so meaningful? Gao Qiao murmured, our Gao family has disciples in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grades who are studying. How many of them can participate in tomorrow's meeting? Gao Qingxiang smiled bitterly. I'm afraid not. They didn't even enter the top 10 in their respective classes. How can they participate in this battle? Gao Qiao said indifferently, I don't expect them to participate. I just want them to understand that since they don't have the ability, they should establish the position of weaklings in their hearts early on. Otherwise, they will be unconvinced and cause trouble that can't be resolved. The current Gao family can't withstand any more storms. Gao Qingxiang said, it can't be, right? Gao Qiao's eyes became cold. She said indifferently, now, many people still can't see the situation clearly. They still think that Fenghai's Gao family is still the top family in Fenghai and can still look down on the world. This kind of mentality must be put to an end. If necessary, I will use my identity as the family's proxy arbitrator to punish a few people. She said indifferently, for example, Gao Junlong. Gao Qingxiang was silent like a cicada in winter. Gao Junlong was the current #1 genius of the Gao family. He was currently a 4th grade student in the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy. He was proud and arrogant, and felt that the family's act of defecting to Zhou Xiaoduo was a great humiliation. He had said more than once that the family elder was old and muddle-headed, and that he believed in strange things like demonists bewitching people. Gao Qingxiang could only sigh in his heart. The more he interacted with this cousin of his, the more he understood what kind of person she was, especially now that she had just taken over the family's power and was eager to establish her power. When a new broom sweeps clean, Gao Junlong jumped out and gave Gao Qiao a chance to establish her power. However, in the hearts of Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong, this matter was considered differently. So, what do you think? Li Chenglong asked. So, Xiaoduo pondered for a moment and said, "It's reasonable for Gao Qiao to say this. Right now, her position overlaps with ours. She's thinking for us as well as for herself. The current situation is clear. As long as there are people of the same realm who challenge us, the two of us will be the first to bear the brunt. Those who have to go on the field, try your best to ensure victory." Li Chenglong nodded. Yes, Gao Qiao isn't here to remind us of the continent's honor and disgrace, nor is she here to remind us of the battle at the border. Instead, she is reminding us that after this battle, the two of us will have a very high chance of entering the eyes of the higher-ups. So Xiaoduo said soberly. Li Chenglong slapped his thigh. Exactly. So Xiaoduo pondered for a moment and said, Swollen, what do you think? Li Chenglong thought about it seriously for a long time before he said, First, we definitely can't lose. So Xiaoduo nodded. That was for sure. If he lost, it would be too embarrassing. But we can't win too happily. Li Chenglong grinned and said, What's our cultivation level now? No matter how talented and dazzling we are still two primordial core cultivators. When primordial core cultivators go to the battlefield, they will at most be foot soldiers. When nascent soul cultivators go to the battlefield and join the suicide squad, they will have a chance to win an official position, just like Teacher Qin. But Teacher Qin wasn't only unafraid of death back then. He was afraid of not dying. Just like the old saying, if you don't fear the dead, how can you fear death? It's probably because of this mentality that Teacher Qin miraculously survived and even became one of the top 10 fugitives. But we can't. Li Chenglong moved closer to Zhou Xiaoduo's ear. Now that we have entered the eyes of the higher-ups, the chances of cultivation resources, training grounds, and territory will increase a lot. But with that, the danger will also increase a lot. With our small bodies now, how can we withstand that kind of training? Isn't that right, Zhou? So Xiaoduo thought deeply. So we have to win, but we can't win too easily. We just have to work a little harder than others and get lucky a little, and that's enough. Li Chenglong whispered. Of course, we have to enter the eyes of the higher-ups, but we can't enter with the attitude of a peerless genius. Instead, we should fight steadily and surely, and be careful. A gentleman doesn't stand under a collapsing wall. So Xiaoduo was overjoyed. Swollen's analysis is reasonable. Let's do as you say. Safety first, safety first. Everything else is just an external matter. It's not important, not important. So Xiaoduo originally had this plan. Now Li Chenglong's advice made him more determined to develop his strength in a wretched way. Li Chenglong was proud. How can I not know what you were thinking? But we're the same kind of people. That's what we all think. So what do you think is the best time for us to come out of seclusion? Li Chenglong wasn't without fantasies. Which man didn't fantasize about suddenly becoming famous and awe-inspiring in the 3 continents? So Xiaoduo rubbed his bald chin and pondered. Li Chenglong rubbed his bald head and pondered. After a long time, Xiaoduo probed, What do you think of the Sky-Soar realm? Is it safe enough? Li Chenglong was startled. I think the profound returning realm is enough. Profound returning realm won't do. Profound returning realm won't do. Zhou Xiaoduo shook his head. I don't know what realm is above the Sky-Soar realm. Maybe a higher realm will be safer. Li Chenglong was stunned and speechless for a long time. Do you want to cultivate? No, right now. Rest. Tomorrow, you must show your most cultured and refined image. By the way, don't forget to circulate your cultivation tonight to let your hair grow longer. You are the sect master, so you must pay attention to your image, Zhou Xiaoduo encouraged. Okay, Li Chenglong agreed. The two looked at each other and smiled. Nothing needed to be said. Tomorrow, they had to show the attitude of unparalleled young master in this world. Once their image as the embryonic form of a scholarly general was carved into the hearts of the people, it would be hard to erase. If the higher-ups wanted to choose someone to risk their life, it would be best to choose someone like Xiangcheng. Cough, with their temperaments, they should stay behind the scenes and strategize. Safety first, life is more important. It's decided. Let's do it. Gao Xiao naturally did not know that these two fellows had originally planned to cut the Gordian knot and end the battle as quickly as possible at the beginning of the next day. However, her reminder had instead caused these two fellows to walk on completely different paths. Early the next morning, in the entire Hidden Dragon High School, every teaching building had bright windows and clean tables. Inside and outside the school, there was not a speck of dust. Even the leaves on the towering trees were clean. Under the reflection of the sun, they flickered with a golden light. The blue sky was clean. Occasionally, white clouds floated by. In the school, the sound of students practicing martial arts was loud and neat. The sound of fighting rose and fell one after another. It was picturesque. The loudspeakers of the Hidden Dragon High School were playing the classic military song Blood Falls from the Sky. Gu Luyan's cold voice carried a faint sadness. Her deep and affectionate voice reverberated in the air. Yi Changqing and the other higher-ups of the school had been looking forward to it for a long time. Finally, at 8 o'clock sharp, many people slowly descended from the sky like clouds in the sky. From the beginning to the end, there was no intimidating aura. Not many people noticed anything strange. However, these people were divided into three groups. Yi Changqing found it strange. The leader of the group in the middle was Minister Ding from the martial arts department. Beside him were three middle-aged men in military uniforms. They were the marshals of the East, West, and North armies. Dongfang Zhengyang, Shimin Lai, and Beigong Hao. As for the others, Yi Changqing and the others didn't know any of them. And there seemed to be a lot of young people among them. For a moment, the principals couldn't help but feel confused. What was Minister Ding's status? Why did he bring so many young men and women with him? Looking at them, there were about 40 to 50 people. However, only Minister Ding, the three marshals, and the three adjutants behind them were the older ones. The others were all young people. The women were all beautiful and charming. The men were all handsome and outstanding. As for the 40 to 50 people on the left, they didn't know any of them. It seemed like there were only a few profound level cultivators leading them. Looking to the right, they had the least people. There were only 10 of them, 3 middle-aged men and 3 young people. They didn't know any of them either. This was simply that Yi Changqing's heart was filled with confusion at this moment. This shouldn't be happening. By right, he should know all the people who came for inspection. Why did he only know 4 of them? And he only knew 2 of them from their portraits. Vice Principal Cheng, Vice Principal Liu, and the others were all dumbfounded. There were also only 4 familiar faces in their eyes, Minister Ding and the 3 marshals. As for the others, he didn't know any of them. The only ones he had seen in real life were Minister Ding and Marshal Dongfang. As for Marshal Shimin and Marshal Beigong, they had only seen them on TV or in their portraits. Everyone landed on the ground. The music echoed in the sky. Most of them were in a daze. On the day you left, it was snowing. You said that your heart was home. Behind you was the country. On the day you came back, it was raining blood. In the photo, you were smiling peacefully. That was my youth. You protected your home. You protected your country. You protected everything, but you won't protect me anymore. Gu Luyan's cold and sad voice echoed in the air. The marshals stood there quietly listening to this song. No one understood this song more deeply than them. For so many years, so many men had walked onto the battlefield and never returned. The piles of bones on the battlefield, the tombstones in the cemetery, were the memories of so many girls. It was the happiness of a lifetime. Chapter 663. After a long time, the song ended. Everyone sighed softly in unison. The complicated emotions in their hearts made the atmosphere a little quiet. Then, Department Head Ding came up to Yi Changqing with a smile on his face. But Yi Changqing felt that Department Head Ding's smile was a little strange. The strange feeling in his heart became more and more intense. Department Head Ding. Yi Changqing bowed respectfully. Greetings, Marshal Shiman, Marshal Beigong. Changqing, you did well. Department Head Ding looked like he had gone through a lot. He was tall, at least 8 meters tall. He was a little thin, his hair was a little gray, and his face was thin. His entire body was filled with the natural elegance of Sun Sun. When he walked, he was steady and elegant. Marshal Dongfang laughed and said, Changqing, you did well. All of you are very good. After leaving the East Army, you did not embarrass the East Army. Very good, very good. It was a very normal compliment. But Yi Changqing, Xiang Quangren, Cheng Gaiying, and Lu Yichuan felt a sudden warmth in their hearts. Their noses were sour, and they almost burst into tears. Ever since they left the East Army because of their injuries until now, so many years of bitterness and sadness rushed into their hearts. For a moment, they were so emotional that they could not speak. Finally, Yi Changqing forced himself to calm down and said in a trembling voice, Department Head Ding, Marshal, please come in and talk. Then, they were led into the school's big reception room. What Yi Changqing could not understand the most was that everyone behind him had actually followed him in. It was as if they were strolling leisurely in a courtyard. It was as if they were strolling in their own backyard as they walked in leisurely. Yi Changqing's heart was extremely depressed. The reception room, even though it was the reception room of the Hidden Dragon High School, it was not a meeting room. How could there be so many chairs when more than 100 people came in? The vice principals frowned. These young people did not know how to be polite. They really did not know which sect they were from. How could they be so ill-mannered? If it was his own disciple, he would have beaten him to death. When Minister Ding saw this, he smiled awkwardly and said, Changqing, let's find a bigger place. Yi Changqing was also a picky person, so he naturally wouldn't ask such a stupid question like, who are these people? Don't you see that even Minister Ding has some misgivings? He must have a powerful background. Minister Ding was trying to save face for the other party that Yi Changqing hurriedly said with a smile, It was my fault for not thinking things through. Sigh, I'm getting old, and I'm always muddle-headed. I didn't prepare in advance. In a moment, I must punish myself with 3 cups of alcohol to apologize to everyone. He hurriedly led a large group of people directly to the large conference room. Vice Principal Lu was at the back of the group. He quietly left the group and took some time to arrange the tea. Originally, he did not prepare enough tea. The principals couldn't figure out no matter how much they thought about it. Where did these young people come from? It wasn't Minister Ding himself who had come, and the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies. If it was those hidden sects that were powerful to a certain extent, Minister Ding's misgivings could be ignored. But why didn't even the 3 commander-in-chief say anything? Where did they come from? Why were they so awesome? At this moment, over at the Starlight Mountain Range, a burly figure stood at the highest point, 1 foot stepping on a big rock that protruded out. Visually, this person was at least 4 meters tall. His long hair was like seaweed in the sea, dancing in the strong wind at the top of the mountain. Just by standing there, he naturally gave off an aura of who else could be the hero of the world but me. It was as if the mountains and valleys, the common people of the world, and countless experts all bowed their heads in front of him. Beside him, there were more than 10 people, and Minister Nan Zhengxian was among them. At this moment, Minister Nan was trying his best to straighten his chest. Silver Yuan Qi faintly rose around him as he stood in front of this devil-like burly man. Minister Nan was more than 2 meters tall. He had a burly figure and could be considered a huge man. But at this moment, standing in front of the other party, although he tried his best to maintain an equal posture, he was still unable to do so. His aura was obviously suppressed by the other party, and the burly man opposite him clearly did not deliberately show any aura. He did not even use any spiritual force or star Yuan Qi. Just by standing there with his physical body, he was naturally invincible. No hero in the world can stand side by side with me. Disdain for all. Senior Han's cultivation base is becoming more and more unfathomable. Department Head Nan sighed softly, a look of respect on his face. Opposite him was the Flood Witch. The Flood Witch's bronze face did not show any expression. She just said lightly, "Today we are not here to fight. As a junior, even if your aura is weak in front of me, you don't have to care too much." Minister then took a deep breath and said, "Senior is right. How can Nan Zhengxian not know this truth? But as the commander-in-chief of the army, I must face Senior's power head-on. Even if my body is broken, I must face it head-on. Otherwise, when we meet on the battlefield in the future, won't you be defeated before the battle?" The Flood Witch said lightly, "Even if you face me head-on in the future, you will still be defeated. There is no luck." Nan Zhengxian smiled faintly and said, "But at least I will be defeated with my life on the line. My aura will not weaken before the battle, and I will be defeated without a fight." The Flood Witch smiled appreciatively and said, "Well said. You are indeed worthy of being the commander-in-chief of the Southern Army." He turned around and asked, "Is the banquet ready?" On the opposite side, Emperor Zhai Xing, dressed in green, floated to the top of the mountain. "Flood, if you want to drink, you can drink at any time." The Flood Witch smiled with her hands behind her back. "Emperor is too polite." Suddenly, she frowned and turned around immediately. Looking at the man in golden clothes behind her, her eyes suddenly revealed a strange expression with a hint of anger. Dan Kong, Lai Hua, Bing Ming. Where did they go? Dan Kong, Lai Hua, and Bing Ming were the few great wizards who were closest to the Flood Witch in the Umno Alliance. Emperor Feng didn't understand and said with a smile, "Those guys can't stay idle at all." Dong Feng and the others said they were going to inspect something. Lai Hua's sister-in-law said she was going shopping in the city. So the three of them went together. The Flood Witch's face darkened visibly, with anger rising faintly. She said gloomily, "It's not your own house. Why are you running around? All of you are so undisciplined. What are you doing? Have you forgotten your own identity?" Emperor Feng and the other great wizards all lowered their heads and didn't speak, but they couldn't help but feel strange. Wasn't this a very normal thing? Their original intention this time was to come out and have fun. Moreover, they were going there for serious business. The Flood Witch said coldly, "Hurry up and call them back. There's a space relic here, such an important matter, but they ignored it and ran away like this. When they go back, they will be punished by the family." Emperor Feng hurriedly took out his phone and called. After a while, he raised his head with a wonderful expression. This is strange. All of them have turned off their phones. None of them have turned on their phones." The Flood Witch took a deep breath, and her aura rose, causing the sky to change color. Emperor Zhai Xing laughed and said, "It's rare for them to come to the astral souls. Let them have fun. It's the same for us to drink first. I believe the great wizards will know their limits." The Flood Witch's eyes were gloomy, as if she was suppressing her anger. She said coldly, "Did I come here from hundreds of thousands of miles just to drink?" She snorted coldly, flicked her sleeves, and turned around. Her aura surged inexplicably, as if it was going to erupt at any time. Emperor Zhai Xing was dissatisfied, and it was obvious in his words. He murmured, "Why are you pretending? If you're not here to drink, why are you here? Why are you pretending in front of me?" The Flood Witch turned around abruptly and growled, "You want to fight?" This growl instantly darkened the sky. In everyone's perception, it was as if a peerless, ferocious beast that could devour the world had suddenly opened its huge mouth. It was horrifying. Even Emperor Zhai Xing felt a tightness in his chest, and he was extremely shocked. He didn't expect the Flood Witch's strength to improve so much after she transformed into the mortal dust this time. However, the star-plucking monarch felt even more gloomy. "I didn't say anything, and I only asked you to drink. Why are you suddenly so angry? It's as if I've opened your scars and touched your reverse scale. Are you anxious?" Emperor Zhai Xing said angrily, "Why are you anxious? Why are you so anxious?" The Flood Witch also knew that she had lost her composure. She snorted and said in a muffled voice, "I'm not anxious." Emperor Zhai Xing snorted and rolled his eyes. "Flood, I feel that you've changed a lot after you returned from transforming into the mortal dust this time. Why? Is there something wrong with your mentality?" The Flood Witch said hatefully, Fine, let's drink. You, Xingqian, let's see who will be the one to drink the other today. She actually changed the topic immediately. He made up his mind. When Lai Hua and the others return, I'll definitely practice the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer on them. Otherwise, how can I vent this anger in my heart? Do I need to say something here alone? The Great Flood Shaman's reincarnation into the mortal world to gain experience, including Zhui Zhonglu's pursuit of the entangled soul of fate and grudges to restrict the Great Flood Shaman. The reason and the first half of it were all known to the absolute upper echelons of the Star Soul continent. However, they didn't know much about the last part of the Flood Witch's training, how she took in a godson, and how she was tricked. In fact, Wu Taijiang was the only one who knew about this in the Astral Souls. Because of this matter, Wu Taijiang immediately went into hiding. He was afraid that he would accidentally offend two great powers out of thin air. No, it should be two great powers plus one great power. Both of them were unrivaled. Yes, the bigger enemy here wasn't the Flood or Zhui Chonglu. Everyone should experience it for themselves. It was fine if they knew it, but they shouldn't say it out loud. That person's temper wasn't very gentle, and it was easy to be targeted. The feeling of losing everything and having no money left was not a good feeling. Even Nan Zhengxian didn't know about this. In fact, only Wu Taijiang, Nan Zhengxian, Heavenly King Zhua and his wife, Emperor Zhaixing, and the Heavenly King of the Right in the Astral Souls knew about Zhou Chonglu's transformation into the mortal dust and actually having a son in old age. There were only a few people. Chapter 664. Only these few people knew about it, and these people were very tight-lipped. They would never say anything. The reason why Nan Zhengxian and Wu Taijiang knew about it was because Zhui Chonglu took the initiative to call them over. Unless the minister calls me over to let me know, otherwise, I don't know anything and won't say anything. The consequences were too serious. Therefore, even Marshal Dongfang and the cabinet inspectors were unaware of this. As for the matter of accepting a godson, in the Umno Alliance's mainland, even the Flood Witch herself didn't know about it at first. Because everything that happened in the past belonged to the previous life, which was Blind Hong's life. It had nothing to do with him. This was the fundamental characteristic of transforming into the mortal world. After returning, the Flood Witch felt that something was wrong. She felt that it was too abnormal. Her luck was different, so she used her cultivation to mobilize the soul projection. Only then did she know the truth of this matter. If the Flood Witch was the only one who knew about this matter at that time, then it would be fine. The Flood Witch would definitely keep this matter as the world's biggest secret. Even if he was beaten to death 10,000 times, he wouldn't say a word. But unfortunately, the Flood Great Witch, the Fire Great Witch, the Ice Deep Great Witch, the Dankong Great Witch, and the others lived too close. When the Flood Witch just came out of seclusion, the situation was abnormal. Not only was her eyes blind, her cultivation was also intermittent. This frightened the three great shamans. They blocked the news and waited on her day and night. She was the pillar of the Umno Alliance. How could she be in such a mess? When the Flood Witch mobilized the soul projection, she didn't take it seriously at all. She was afraid that she wouldn't understand and miss the details. After all, the more people there were, the brighter the eyes. Her brothers were also powerful people. What she couldn't see, they could definitely see. So at that time, the four of them watched it together. It was because of this that everything was laid out on the table. Big trouble had appeared. When that scene appeared, the Flood Witch wanted to turn off the soul projection, but it was too late. Lai Hua, Dan Kong, Bing Ming, and the others all knew the truth of the matter. They understood everything clearly. Their boss, who is usually invincible, had actually made such a big joke. Such a big blunder. The three great shamans all felt that. What the fuck was really memorable. Even though the three of them were forced by the Flood Witch to swear the witch ancestors' oath to keep their mouths shut. But when the four of them were together, how could they keep their mouths shut? All right, you asked us not to tell anyone, and we agreed. Even the other brothers didn't know about it. We'll admit it, but can't we talk about it when we're with our own people? What's the harm in talking about something that everyone already knows? Do you think we can still be happy about it? Are you trying to suffocate me to death? The great shamans didn't want to do anything. He didn't want to do anything about it. In fact, he couldn't do anything about it. Why? Because there was a delicate balance here. That was the flood which had only taken in a godson in name. But in fact, it was equivalent to taking in a godson and a godson. And no matter what this godson did, she was extracting the flood witch's luck. This was because of the backlash of the aura observation array. The godson directly put the stars in the sky, the sun, the moon, the universe, and the power of heaven and earth. With the might of the heavens and earth and its unparalleled power, even the great flood shaman could do nothing about it. This also led to Zhuo Xiaoyan's good luck. Everything went smoothly and unimpeded. The flood witch's luck was bad, and she occasionally felt weak. This was the destiny binding array. It couldn't be offset by the mortal dust transformation array alone. As for the godson, Zhuo Xiaoduo, he was closely related to the flood witch's luck. The better Zhuo Xiao was luck, the higher his achievements, the smoother his luck, and the better his luck, the higher the flood witch's luck. Of course, at the current stage, the great flood shaman would sometimes return his own luck to Zhuo Xiaoduo, but this would not affect his own strength. After all, the difference between the two of them was like heaven and earth. A hair on the other side was like a mountain. But in general, it was the godson and the godson. One was extracting the flood, and the other was replenishing the flood. Some people might say that since it was so, why not just kill the one who was extracting the flood witch's luck? This idea was very tempting, but it couldn't be put into action. There was no possibility of success. The reasons were very mysterious. First, the flood witch only knew that she had a godson, but she didn't know that she had a godson who was extracting her luck. Of course, he knew that Zhuo Chonglu had a son and a daughter. But in fact, the flood witch had only seen the son, not the daughter. The second, more practical reason was that even if he knew, he couldn't do anything. He even had to take the initiative to avoid this situation. This was because when Zhuo Xiaoduo connected Zhuo Xiaoyan's luck with the Phoenix Pole Soul Formation, he also made a connection for himself. He also let himself bear a part of the Phoenix Pulse's karma. This led to a constant result. Zhuo Xiaoyan was extracting the flood witch's luck. After the extraction, Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhuo Xiaoduo benefited. After Zhuo Xiaoduo benefited, in addition to his other benefits, the flood witch's luck would be reversed. The stronger the flood, the more Zhuo Xiaoyan could extract, and the stronger Zhuo Xiaoyan would be. The stronger Zhuo Xiaoyan was, the more benefits Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was connected to Zhuo Xiaoduo, would benefit. The stronger Zhuo Xiaoduo was, the more the flood would be fed back to the flood witch, and the stronger the flood would be. And the stronger the flood was, the more Zhuo Xiaoyan would be extracted. Cough, cough, cough. This was probably a fixed complete cycle. The 3 cycles were endless. If there was a flaw in any cycle, all 3 would be damaged. Their luck would leak, and it would be difficult for them to be perfect. This was a situation that all 3 parties had to avoid. When Zhuo Chonglu asked Zhuo Xiaoduo to be his godson, he didn't know that Zhuo Xiaoduo's formation had such an effect. Well, even now, Zhuo Chonglu still didn't know. His original intention was only to restrain this god of plagues. Because their luck was linked, when Zhuo Xiaoduo was weak, the luck of the flood would only continuously replenish Zhuo Xiaoduo. When they didn't need to replenish each other's luck, Zhuo Xiaoduo would basically grow to the level of the left and right heavenly kings. Zhuo Zhonglu's plan was naturally very successful. But he really didn't expect that his son would become even more successful on the basis of this success. And this was something that both father and son didn't know. Of course, the flood which didn't lose much. In the future, it was hard to say who would benefit more. There were gains and losses, and vice versa. 2 flowers bloomed. Well, one on each side. Over at the Hidden Dragon High School, Yi Changqing had finished his routine report. It didn't take long. From start to finish, it only took half an hour to report the situation. Yi Changqing didn't just feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. He was also full of displeasure. The group of youngsters sitting beside the higher-ups actually yawned as they listened. Some of them even had tears in their eyes. Damn it. What kind of upbringing did each and every one of them have? Principal Yi and the few vice principals cursed in their hearts. Each and every one of them looked like dogs, but why were they acting like birds? Why didn't they even have the patience for half an hour? Some of them stretched their long legs and slumped in their chairs as if they were paralyzed. There's also a guy who was telling a joke to the beauty beside him. No one knew what he said, but the beauty burst out laughing. Hence, this guy raised his head and laughed proudly. Was he crazy? What a serious occasion this was. What a serious occasion this was. Just how many big shots were present at this event? Why couldn't they behave themselves? However, Minister Ding turned a blind eye to it. The three marshals also sat upright and still, as if they didn't care that Yi Changqing used his greatest self-control to finally finish the report. During this period of time, the Hidden Dragon High School has indeed achieved great results. As usual, Minister Ding had to give a summary speech. Behind him, a red-haired youngster said lazily, "Minister Ding, it said that the Hidden Dragon High School is the most awesome of the three martial schools. I wonder how awesome it is." This voice was lazy, full of ridicule, suspicion, and disdain. Hearing this, Xiang Quangren wanted to jump up and punch him to death. Beside him, a youngster who looked like he was 18 or 19 years old also curled his lips and said, "But we also didn't expect that the Hidden Dragon High School is no different from those normal schools. Report, 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 it's all official stuff. Listening to it makes my butt hurt." Another 18 or 19 years old, who looked very delicate and delicate like a girl, but when he opened his mouth, he was not delicate at all. That's right, that's right. We came all the way to the Hidden Dragon High School, not to listen to reports. Whether it's a mule or a horse, just pull it out for a walk. Just bragging. Who doesn't know how to brag? The red-haired youngster laughed loudly and said very arrogantly, "If it's bragging, I also know how to do it. With one order, I can make the entire Umno Alliance come. Ha! Millions of troops will come at my command. No one dares to disobey." The thin and delicate youngster also laughed. That day, when I returned home, I saw my wife being looked down upon. With one order, 300 million Umno Alliance experts immediately rushed over and knelt down to call her mistress. The white-clothed youngster who had a female companion beside him couldn't stand it anymore. He said, "Lying through your teeth, do you have a wife? You're a single dog." Immediately, another youngster couldn't stand it anymore. He curled his lips and said, "Do you know what bragging is? It's talking about those things that didn't happen, that can't happen. Only you have a wife, you think you're great? You're so awesome after finding a wife. So what if you have a wife? Isn't she just a ba-air?" The white-clothed youngster's female companion was unhappy. "You want to be a ba-air, but you don't even have a girlfriend." When the white-clothed youngster saw his companion helping him, he became more and more spirited. He laughed and pointed at them one by one. A 10,000-year-old single dog, no girlfriend, hugging a pillow at night, crying the whole night. Ha ha! The red-haired youngster was furious. "I have a wife." The white-clothed youngster laughed. "Then let's go together. They're all single dogs, all envious." The red-haired youngster's anger immediately turned into joy. He said, "Not bad, not bad. They're all single dogs, all envious." He laughed and suddenly said, "This scene, I'm filled with inspiration. I can't help but compose a poem." As he spoke, he shook his head and recited, "Poor single dogs, no girlfriend for 100,000 years. If you want to ask why, it's because they're either poor or ugly." Chapter 665. The white-clothed young man and his female companion laughed so hard that they fell down. They clapped their hands and said, "Good poem, good poem." This poem had infuriated the masses. After hearing this poem, several people were furious. They jumped up and looked like they were about to start a fight. However, they didn't care about the high-ranking marshals and ministers here at all. They just let them do whatever they wanted. Minister Ding's face was as dark as water. He shouted, "Stop! Everyone, shut up!" He was so angry that his face turned pale. "What time is this? What place is this? You! Hey, can you pay attention to your image?" This reprimand was said without any momentum. It was better not to say it. Those people seemed to have restrained themselves, but they were still laughing. What image was there to talk about? Bang! It was a loud bang. Everyone looked toward the sound. They saw that Xiang Quangren couldn't take it anymore. He slammed the table and stood up. His majestic height of more than 3 meters almost reached the ceiling. Vice Principal Xiang said angrily, "I know you have a great background. However, even if you have a great background, you shouldn't be like this since you've come to our Hidden Dragon High School. As the host, we treat you with courtesy. Don't you even leave the basic respect for the host." Xiang Quangren was like a lion. He said angrily, "What kind of logic is this?" The white-clothed young man with his female companion laughed and said, "There's nothing wrong with this. You uncivilized barbarians don't know etiquette. Hurry up and apologize to the host." Xiang Quangren said angrily, "Don't stand there and pretend to be a good person. You brought your girlfriend to the Hidden Dragon High School. In such a serious situation, you're still flirting. Where are your manners? What face do you have to criticize others?" The white-clothed young man and his female companion were tongue-tied. They were stunned for a while. After a while, they said in surprise, "Vice Principal Xiang, we're allies. I've been speaking on your side. Can't you tell that, however?" Xiang Quangren was so angry that he didn't care if they were allies or enemies. He just scolded them. "You should at least know the basic etiquette to your elders, right? You should at least know the basic etiquette to be a guest, right? You should at least have the basic etiquette to be greeted with a smile, right? Don't you have the basic respect for someone else's home?" Xiang Quangren pointed at them one by one and said angrily, "Look at all of you. You're so young, yet you're so unruly. Who are you trying to impress?" A drop of cold sweat quietly appeared on Marshal Dongfang's forehead, and he quietly wiped it away. How ferocious. This Xiang Quangren. Back in the Eastern Army, why didn't I realize that he had such guts that after such an angry scolding, the atmosphere in the conference room fell silent. After a long while, the red-clothed young man suddenly laughed out loud and said, "You're right. We're used to being casual and didn't pay attention to the situation. We didn't pay attention to each other's identities and positions. Ahem, it's indeed our fault. We apologize to Vice Principal Xiang." Xiang Quangren shouted angrily, "It's you, the red-haired one, who is the most lawless and impolite. Look at your current posture. It's as if you've been paralyzed for a few years. Is this the attitude of an apology?" Xiang Quangren was going all out today. How could he not know that these people were definitely not ordinary people? Their identities were definitely the kind that was very, very awesome. Didn't they see that the marshals and Minister Ding didn't say anything? But he just couldn't take it lying down. No matter what your identity was basic etiquette so unimportant? The red-haired young man's face suddenly became distorted. He looked at one person and then another with an embarrassed expression. Under the gaze of the other young men who were trying hard to hold back their laughter, he quickly sat up straight and said sincerely, "I was wrong." Hearing this, Xiang Quangren's anger subsided a little. He sighed and said, "It's not that I'm short-tempered, but young people really can't be like this, red-haired one." The sudden mention of red-haired one made several people's shoulders tremble. They lowered their heads and tried hard to hold back their laughter. The red-haired young man, who was called Red-Haired One, had a strange look of confusion on his face. "Fuck, I have a new nickname today." Xiang Quangren's anger had completely disappeared. He said angrily, "It's great that you can admit your mistakes and change. Since you've admitted your mistakes, you're a good kid. But in the future, whether you're in the martial world or on the battlefield, remember that trouble comes from careless talk. Young people, it's okay to be frivolous, but you're still young and inexperienced. You should at least have some respect." Vice Principal Xiang sighed and said with a little dispirited, "You haven't encountered any setbacks. Maybe you don't want to hear what I'm saying now, but I've expressed my sincerity. That's all I have to say. Sigh. Young people nowadays." In the end, he sighed faintly and slowly sat down unhappily. The red-haired young man sat on the chair and slowly felt as if there was a nail on the chair that had coincidentally pierced into his hemorrhoid. His face turned red and white. He was indescribably embarrassed and almost at a loss of what to do. Still young and inexperienced. Is he talking about me? Being able to admit my mistakes and change makes me a good kid. The red-haired young man felt as if he was about to catch fire. Oh my God, after living for so many years, this is the first time I know that I'm actually a good kid. Next to him, there were endless sounds of puff, 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 puff. Everyone was trying their best to endure, but it was like farts to the white-clothed young couple, the green-clothed young man, and a few others all had distorted faces. Even Marshal Dongfang and the others could not hold it in anymore. Many people laughed until their intestines swelled. This Vice Principal Xiang is really too awesome. Perhaps he himself did not know that he had created history today. This was a great achievement that was absolutely unprecedented in history and would never be surpassed in the future. This experience was probably something that they could brag about for 10 lifetimes. Department head Ding did not dare to laugh out loud. He secretly wiped his sweat and said, forget it. Let's just leave it at that." Everyone did not mean it. Marshal Dongfang coughed and said, "Well, why don't we start the exchange? We can also see how good the legendary Hidden Dragon Martial Arts High School's genius students are." When these words came out, all of the tender young people felt as if they had been pardoned and stood up in unison. Good, that's great." They all spoke. The red-haired young man stood up the fastest. He turned around and was about to slip out. "Red hair." Xiang Quangren stopped him. The red-haired young man's body stiffened at the door. "Puh-huh." The green-clothed young man could not hold it in and finally laughed out loud. He quickly held it in and rushed out of the door. Then, the white-clothed young man pulled his wife and walked out, trembling all over. Everyone lowered their heads and slipped out. Their bodies were trembling as if they had epilepsy. Xiang Quangren walked over with a pleasant face and said, "My words just now were a bit harsh, but you must keep it in your heart. Young people can be frivolous, but it's better if you have some tolerance." The red-haired young man nodded repeatedly. You're right. Xiang Quangren's face became serious. "You child, at your age, you should respectfully address me as you." The red-haired young man was about to cry. He looked at Department Head Ding for help. No matter what, he could not say you otherwise. He would not be able to survive. Department Head Ding hurried over to help. Vice Principal Xiang. Xiang Quangren patted the red-haired young man's shoulder. "You know your mistakes and can change. Good child, what's your surname?" The red-haired young man said in despair. "My surname is Lai." Xiang Quangren nodded. "You're lucky that I'm knowledgeable. Otherwise, no one would know that there are people with the surname Lai. This is an ancient surname. According to the legends, the ancient Yin Emperor was known as Lai Shan. Your surname, Lai, originated from here. That should be your ancestor, right? But I really didn't expect this surname to still exist." He asked with concern. "There aren't many people left in your family now, right?" The red-haired young man was speechless. "Just me. I didn't even know that there was an ancestor today. Is he older than me?" Xiang Quangren sighed and patted his shoulder. He said sympathetically, "You're also a poor child." He turned and walked toward Department Head Ding with a smile. "Department Head, you were looking for me?" Department Head Ding touched his nose and smiled bitterly. He was speechless for a while. It's fine. Oh, thus, Xiang Quangren turned and went to look for the red-haired young man. He had a good impression of the red-haired young man. Before he finished speaking, he was called over by the department head and wanted to give him some more advice. But when he turned around, the red-haired young man had already disappeared without a trace. Xiang Quangren was obviously regretful. Although he was known as the first vice principal of Hidden Dragon High School, he rarely had the chance to teach a student face-to-face. Especially this time, he firmly grasped the moral high ground and spoke with vigor. Every word was reasonable. Every word was like the evening drum and morning bell. It had to be said that this feeling was really good. Moreover, it was rare for the student to admit his mistakes so quickly. This result made Xiang Quangren's heart itch. But for some reason, the red-haired young man had a female companion not long after he came out. She seemed to be his wife. The two of them were intimate and had been together for a long time. Xiang Quangren could only give up. He couldn't insist on teaching him in front of his wife, right? Before this, Yi Changqing had already sent out notice. All the teachers and students of the school had already gathered in classes. The 4 grades were arranged neatly on 4 sides. Each class had a row. Each side had 17 to 18 rows. Right in the middle was an arena. The entire arena was made of super hard astral soul stone and forged with alloy steel. Under the sunlight, the fine details could be seen clearly. The light flashed, and the view was especially good. What's more, no matter which direction one looked from, east, west, north, or south, they could see it clearly. For the students of Hidden Dragon High School, this was a grand event. Almost all the students of Hidden Dragon High School were present. They were all here, except for a few who were training outside or doing missions. The rest were all here. Chapter 666. In the last few rows, everyone had a pair of binoculars in their hands. The most eye-catching ones were the first years in the East. This group of students who had just entered the school were in line with the rising sun, so they were naturally in the East. But on the first year side, there was a large stage in front of them. It was also flat and tidy, but no one knew what it was for. Everyone seemed very excited at this moment, and their eyes were shining. Today was bound to be a fierce battle. It would also be a big day for the Hidden Dragon High School to shake the world and stir the astral souls. But sigh, this matter is really. Seeing the excitement on the students' faces, Department Head Ding and Marshal Dongfang shook their heads secretly. Children, today's trial is not going to be easy for you. On the stage, there were 4 judges on each side. Not far from the stage were the audience seats. Only people with enough status were qualified to sit there. The stage was 10 meters above the ground. As for the chair, it was at a height of 20 meters. Looking down from above, they could see the entire situation very clearly. It was difficult to miss anything. Yi Changqing said, "Today, the leaders are here to inspect." First, they introduced the leaders. The appearance of the 3 marshals caused the atmosphere of the Hidden Dragon High School students to reach a climax. 3 marshals and 1 deputy marshal, guarding the borders and protecting the continent. For many years, they had been legendary figures. They were publicly recognized as idols of the continent. Marshal Dongfang. "Hello, Marshal." The students' voices were louder than the previous. They were so excited that their faces were flushed red. Marshal Dongfang went up on stage and waved his hand. Instantly, the atmosphere became even more lively. "The sun and moon are glorious. Only we, the East, for thousands of years, iron walls and bronze walls." The students shouted loudly, their voices shaking the sky. Marshal Shiman appeared. "The god of war for thousands of years, the west gate of the continent, towering mountains, one person for thousands of years." When Marshal Bei Gong Hao came out, the students' throats were already hoarse from shouting. "Our Bei Gong Hao is at the forefront of the army. Our achievements are unparalleled. Our might shakes the heavens." The 3 marshals were graceful and at ease, slowly waving their hands with smiles on their faces. The students only felt their blood rushing rapidly. This was the god of war of mankind. This was the protector of mankind. This was the hero of the continent. However, very few people realized that although the 3 marshals were smiling, their faces were more or less heavy. Moreover, he rarely spoke. He looked like he had a lot on his mind. Li Qinglong asked softly, "Boss, what did you see?" Zhou Xiaoduo shook his head. She only saw that the 3 handsome men were extremely lucky. As for their facial features, cough, it was the same as when she saw Uncle Nan, Uncle Wu, and her parents. They were blessed with endless blessings and a worry-free life. Actually, she couldn't tell anything. At this moment, there was a commotion beside him. It was Gao Qiao, who quietly walked over. She discussed with a classmate on this side and changed her seat to this side. On the other side, Xiang Bing looked over vigilantly. Why was Gao Qiao sitting beside Li Qinglong? Humph! Could it be that the leader of the Iron God sect had such a trait of attracting bees and butterflies? So he poked Xiang Chong with his finger. Xiang Chong was shouting at the top of his lungs. He was so excited that his face was flushed red. Feeling the pain from being stabbed by his sister, He turned his head to look at her in dissatisfaction. Look over there. Xiang Bing pouted. What's wrong? Xiang Chong looked over and looked at his sister in confusion. What do you want me to see? Xiang Bing was furious. Get lost. Go shout your name. Xiang Bing was furious. Oh! Xiang Chong immediately turned his head and couldn't wait to join the shouting. Hello, Marshal. Marshal, Marshal. Oh, 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 oh. Xiang Bing's nose was crooked from anger. Roar, roar, roar until your throat breaks. Why do I have such a stupid brother? Here, the three marshals don't think highly of this competition. Gao Qiao's voice was heavy. Li Chenglong slowly shook his head and said, Not only that. Gao Qiao frowned and observed carefully. Yes, the three marshals have a very helpless feeling, as if they are ashamed of the cheers of the students. Do you? Li Chenglong asked cautiously. Gao Qiao frowned and murmured, If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have noticed. But now it seems that they do have that kind of feeling. But why? Li Chenglong shook his head. I really can't guess. Let's see later. Zhou Xiaoduo frowned and said, It shouldn't be a bad thing. The three marshals are very lucky, righteous, impartial, dignified. They don't look like they have done anything wrong. Li Chenglong snorted and said, Who said I have a guilty conscience? Gao Qiao frowned and pondered. What Zhou Xiaoduo said just now was somewhat interesting. The three marshals are very lucky, righteous, impartial. Gao Qiao chewed on this sentence and then flipped through Zhou Xiaoduo's past information in her mind. She felt that there was something she had overlooked. Luck is very good. Luck, Gao Qiao understood. Aura observation technique. According to the information, Zhou Xiaoduo had learned the aura observation technique from He Yuanyue, the former principal of Phoenix City No. 2 High School. Although he had always been a fortune teller and had nothing to do with aura observation, he had never shown anything about aura observation warriors. However, from this sentence, it could be seen that Zhou Xiaoduo was very proficient in aura observation. Gao Qiao was a little shocked. The three marshals had already taken their seats on the stage. After Yi Changqing spoke passionately, he immediately said, Next, let's invite Minister Ding to speak. There was a thunderous applause. Minister Ding went up to the high platform and stood tall and straight, looking like a deep pool in a lofty mountain. Greetings, fellow students. I am here today for two reasons. Firstly, I am here to see all of you. Secondly, there's a reason why I am here. That is, the martial arts of the Star Spirit continent have been developing rapidly recently. So, we have our competitors. Originally, I didn't expect that everyone would come so quickly. However, when they heard that I was leaving the capital, a few hidden sects suddenly came to find me on the way. They want to let their disciples exchange pointers with the martial arts students. Minister Ding spoke very generally, but there was one point that he emphasized. Because these sects are hidden sects and rarely get involved in the outside world, I can't say their names here. However, I want to tell you something. These hidden sects are very strong. Department Head Ding said loudly. Every one of their legacy disciples is a rare genius, a top-notch expert. To be honest, I really don't want to bring them here, because I'm afraid that you will lose face for the Hidden Dragon High School. Minister Ding's voice was heavy. Even if you're all arrogant geniuses, I'm still afraid that you will lose. I'm even more afraid that it will hurt your confidence. These words caused the blood of the first to fourth years of the Hidden Dragon High School to boil. What did he mean by that? Wasn't he looking down on all of them? The more Zhou Xiaoduo listened from below, the more he felt that something was wrong. It seemed that his anger was about to be aroused. No, I can't be rash. Why don't we not fight? Let's compete in drinking. So Xiaoduo hid his head in his pants and changed his voice to shout. I don't believe that we can't drink to death with more than 5,000 people. Let's kill them. Ow, ow. Boom. Instantly, there was a roar of laughter. Marshal Dongfang and the others had sharp eyesight. They instantly found Zhou Xiaoduo, whose head was still in his pants. Among them, the white-clothed, green-clothed, Lai, and a few others had a feeling. This brat was so cheap, he was a bit like that they couldn't help but smile a little. Duo had just raised his head when he realized that he was being stared at by more than 100 pairs of eyes. He couldn't help but shrink his neck. His gaze was blank as he turned his head to look around. He muttered to himself, "Who called for drinking? Who called for drinking?" On the VIP stage, a few people didn't mind and smiled. "Ha!" Minister Ding laughed. "It's not embarrassing to lose to them. It's embarrassing if they lose to you. I just don't know if you can embarrass them today." "Yes." The crowd below roared. The students were obviously angered. How could they tolerate being looked down upon like this? They were all geniuses from their respective schools. Even when they came to the Hidden Dragon High School, they worked hard to compete and not fall behind. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? Duo might have ruined the atmosphere once, but it didn't seem to matter. Li Chenglong pulled Duo's sleeve and said telepathically, "There's a conspiracy. Something's wrong." Duo replied in distress, "I knew it. Do I need you to tell me? But the most important thing now is that we don't know what the problem is. Let's take it one step at a time." Li Chenglong's mind was at a loss. He instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he really didn't know what it was. Could it be that the young geniuses from the Umno Alliance were here? But if that was the case, why didn't they tell us directly? This didn't make sense. Under Minister Ding's introduction, the people who came this time were divided into 3 teams. The first team was called Team 1. There were 12 people in the team. The second team was called Team 2. There were 70 people in the team. The third team is called Team 5. 36 people. What kind of title was this that the more than 5,000 students were all surprised? The first team was called Team 1. The second team was called Team 2. So shouldn't the third team be called Team 3? How logical and natural it was. But after Team 1 and Team 2, there was Team 5. What the hell was this? What about Team 3 and Team 4? Were they eaten by you? However, a few people frowned and seemed to be thinking about something. Our guess should be right. A thin voice was transmitted. It was Gao Qiao. Li Chenglong was still frowning and thinking. Duo nodded slowly. He was also thinking about the key points. If I'm not wrong, Team 1 should belong to the new generation of geniuses from the Tao League. According to Taoism, Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. Gao Qiao analyzed carefully. The Tao League has the least people here this time. It's very likely that the Tao League has little to do with us. So it should be relatively easy for us to fight against Team 1. Duo and Li Chenglong pondered for a while before nodding their heads to show their approval. Chapter 667. The 70 people in the second team should be from the Astral Souls continent. Maybe they're the so-called genius disciples of the hidden sects, because generally speaking, the Astral Souls continent represents the human race, A person is a human being, so it's the second team. Gao Qiao continued. As for the third team, it should be the third team. The reason why it's called the fifth team is because 5 is the same as Wu. These people should be the geniuses of the Wu people's generation. This group of people will be the ones who will fight against us the most fiercely. I even suspect that there will be bloodshed during the fight. There is an irreconcilable conflict between us and the shaman tribe. If we can wait for an opportunity to kill or cripple some of the new representatives of the other party, why not? That's what everyone is thinking. There was a heavy look in Gao Qiao's eyes. There's also this incident itself. It's very likely that it was a sudden incident. But as for the deeper reason behind it, we have no clue at all. Making wild guesses won't help matters. A sudden inspection, a martial arts competition. It's really confusing. What Gao Qiao said was exactly what Duo and Li Chenglong were thinking. They already had their guesses in advance. Under the preconceived ideas, the 3 people's guesses were actually the same. However, as Gao Qiao said, why would there be a sudden incident today? It was really confusing. The real thing was that there were no signs beforehand. It happened suddenly, and no one was prepared for it. The big shots all came suddenly, and the challenge teams were all in place. There were also the hidden dragon martial artists who were confused. From top to bottom, everyone was the same. If this was a sudden inspection, it was undoubtedly very successful. because there was no information that could be used to deal with the situation. And until now, they still didn't know the purpose of the other party's visit. They could only deal with it in the truest way. Zhuo was full of doubts. He instinctively used the aura viewing technique and looked at the top of the heads of the people on the stage. He didn't know if he could see anything with the aura viewing technique. If he couldn't see anything, he could borrow a telescope and look at their faces. There were a lot of big shots on the stage. It was good to open his eyes that the important figures on the stage had already taken their seats. They pretended to be calm and chatted with smiles on their faces. The few teams did not separate. The so-called first team, second team, and fifth team were in fact indistinguishable. They were just sitting on benches below the stage, looking around in a carefree manner. Every one of them was extremely relaxed. They didn't have any proper sitting posture and were extremely undisciplined. Oh, not all of them were like this. Only a small half of them were so undisciplined, and there were also quite a few who were sitting up straight. But it was precisely because of the contrast between the two sides that those who were undisciplined were even more eye-catching. However, since the start of the battle had not been announced, there were naturally no rules to speak of. Zhuo and the other students whispered to each other. Everyone felt that the situation was getting worse. What kind of trouble was this? At first glance, it was obvious that they hadn't made any preparations, nor did they have any plans. It was as if something unexpected had suddenly happened. But no matter what, as the higher-ups, you have to say something, right? Enchanting sat in his chair for a long time without moving. His heart was filled with confusion. After the introductions, the students had cheered, and now there were no more events? What was going on? Why were they all silent? Why was there an awkward silence? After the introductions of the teams, the battle still hadn't started? Were they just going to gather the students and watch them chat on the stage? Couldn't they be a little more reasonable? Many teachers in the school were secretly transmitting messages to Principal Yi. Principal, what's going on? Yi Changqing was also very confused. He also wanted to know what was going on. He also didn't want to be in an awkward silence. But the problem now was, the higher-ups didn't tell him anything at all. Don't transmit messages to me. I was already annoyed, and now I'm going to be killed by you guys even faster. What kind of concept was it to receive hundreds of messages at the same time? It was like a swarm of mosquitoes buzzing around. My eardrums are going to be damaged. Yi Changqing wasn't idle either. For example, he didn't dare to ask the three marshals, but he had secretly transmitted messages to Department Head Ding several times. Department Head, what's going on? Department Head, this. Can you quickly give us a plan of action? Department Head? Department Head? But Department Head Ding didn't pay any attention to him. Yes, it wasn't that Department Head Ding didn't want to pay attention to him, but he really couldn't. Even Department Head Ding himself didn't know what was going on and what was going to happen next. Department Head Ding's heart was still in a daze. He hadn't recovered yet. He had been in a daze since he arrived at the Stellar Mountain Range until now. He still didn't understand what was going on. Speaking of which, he was much more miserable than Yi Changqing. Department Head Ding had led a few experts from the martial arts department to the Starlight Mountain Range, burning with anxiety. His original intention was to control the situation, but he had never expected that he would be captured as soon as he arrived there. He had accompanied a group of troublemakers to the Hidden Dragon High School. Nominally, it was an inspection, but Department Head Ding knew in his heart that he didn't have any intention of doing so. This time, he was here on official business. Why did the style suddenly change? But Department Head Ding really didn't dare to say a word in front of these people. Yes, no matter what, he didn't dare to say it. He didn't dare to say it, and he didn't dare to ask. He was just used as a pretext that, I'm actually being escorted here, you hear me? Actually, I'm just a department head today. I'm not much better than a block of wood. I don't know anything, and I don't know anything. I'm just used as a decoration, and I don't even know anything about it. Department Head Ding's heart was pounding like a mythical beast. This is the first time in my life that I've been treated like a decoration, and it's a muddle-headed decoration. Where do you want me to go to reason things out? Now that he was in an awkward situation, and there was no follow-up for a long time, Department Head Ding thought. How would I know what's going on? Yi Changqing is asking me? Who the hell am I going to ask? Half an hour later, the wind blew in the sky. An aura of a monarch suddenly descended from the sky. In the sky, a person dressed in a yellow robe and wearing a crown on his head walked over with his hands behind his back. He looked dignified. Yi Changqing's pupil shrank. The king of the Zhongyuan? So many people were waiting for the king of the Zhongyuan? But what kind of explanation was this? The king of the Central Plains came with the wind with his hands behind his back, looking elegant and graceful. However, when he arrived in the air and looked down, his expression immediately changed. He hurriedly restrained his aura and divine sense and quickly descended. He laughed loudly and said, "Marshal Dongfang, Marshal Shimen, and Marshal Beigong, the 3 senior officers have suddenly graced Fenghai with your presence. I apologize for not going out to meet you." Marshal Dongfang stood up politely and laughed. "Those who don't know are not guilty. Taifeng, it's already very good that you can come." The king of the Zhongyuan's name, Jun Taifeng, had always been the backbone of the royal family. He was also a martial arts master. As they spoke, the king of the Zhongyuan had already arrived on the stage. He greeted the 3 marshals and department head Ding with unusual respect again, and also greeted Yi Changqing and the others. His position was respected, but when it came to seniority, he was only a junior to Marshal Dongfang and the others. Other than calling him king, he didn't have any air of superiority. All the etiquette was handled perfectly without any loopholes. "Taifeng, seeing you again today, not only did your cultivation improve greatly, but your temperament has also transcended. I'm really happy in my heart." Marshal Shimen sighed, and there was a faint glow in his eyes. He said slowly, "Back then, the days when your father, Jun Nanshan, was my deputy marshal in the West Army are still vivid in my mind, as if it was just yesterday. It's already been 60 years. The king of the Zhongyuan said respectfully, "When my father was still alive, he often talked about Uncle Shimen's sincere teachings, and he couldn't forget them. Now that I finally see Uncle Shimen again, I'm very afraid." Marshal Shimen sighed softly. "Back then, your father led the army to fight the Fire Witch's Flame Legion and unfortunately died. I've always been brooding about it. Now, seeing you inherit the throne and become more powerful day by day, I'm very happy." The king of the Zhongyuan became even more respectful. He bowed and said, "I still need Uncle Shimen's guidance." Marshal Shimen nodded slowly, but there was an indescribable complexity in his eyes when he looked at the king of the Zhongyuan. Minister Ding got the message and immediately stood up. He said, "Your Highness, please take a seat. Our martial arts competition this time is about to start. Since you're here at the right time, you could be a witness." The king of the Zhongyuan obviously didn't know what was going on. He said in surprise, "There are so many seniors and teachers here. Why do you need me to be a witness? Ha ha." But he still sat down as he was told. He looked to the east and west, and his eyes were full of uncertainty. What kind of scene was this? 3 marshals came together to the Hidden Dragon High School for an inspection. This kind of thing, if it wasn't a joke, then it could only be that something unusual was brewing and fermenting. But what was it? Minister Ding stood up and said, "This martial arts competition is called the World Martial Arts Competition. It's divided into the following stages. The first stage is to draw lots. There's no limit to the number of participants. Enjoy to your heart's content." The faces of Yi Changqing and the other higher-ups of the Hidden Dragon High School changed immediately. Draw lots. Does that mean we can't arrange people? This is completely not going according to the script. And what's that enjoy to your heart's content? How many rounds are there to enjoy to your heart's content? 2 or 3 rounds can be enjoyed to your heart's content. 3 to 5 rounds can also be enjoyed to your heart's content. 8 to 10 rounds can also be enjoyed to your heart's content. To put it bluntly, even if it's 80 to 100 rounds, it can still be considered as enjoying to your heart's content. Then, how can it be considered as winning? How can it be considered as losing? Minister Ding, what are you playing at? You want to say that there are no rules at all, but what do you mean by the different stages? How many stages are there exactly? Can you explain it clearly? Vice Principal Liu worriedly went up with the roster. Beside Minister Ding's hand, there was a pile of notes. He didn't know when they appeared. First round, Hidden Dragon High Schools, 3rd year, Class 1, 5th name. Opponent, second team's 13th name. Seeking monthly votes. Seeking recommendation votes. Seeking subscriptions. Chapter 668. Vice President Liu hurriedly turned to the name list of the 3rd grade and read, the 5th name of the 3rd grade, Long Feixiang. On the other side, the leader of the 2nd team, the young man in cyan, also lazily opened the name list of the 2nd team and shouted, the 13th name of the 2nd team, Tai Xianyo. The sound of puffing kept coming out. This name was really quite down to earth. Long Feixiang, the 3rd grade of the Hidden Dragon Martial Arts School, the high level of the nascent soul realm. Tai Xianyo, the 13th name of the 2nd team, the high level of the nascent soul realm. After getting the information of the two, Minister Ding opened his eyes and read it out. He was stunned for a moment. This was the first round, and they were evenly matched? How could it be so coincidental? On the other side, Long Feixiang answered. Wearing the traditional white martial arts suit of the Hidden Dragon Martial Arts School, he stepped out of the crowd, flew across the sky, and landed on the stage. First, he respectfully saluted to the marshals and teachers, and then stood on the stage in an imposing manner, waiting for his opponent. The Prince of Zhongyuan's expression didn't change, but the depth of his eyes suddenly shrank, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. His heart palpitated. Was this a coincidence? How could he be chosen in the first round? On the side of the 2nd team, Tai Xianyo also stood up, strode onto the stage, saluted, and stood still. At first glance, he was a young man who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. His body was as strong as his name, and his bronze skin seemed to contain explosive and amazing power. Tai Xianyo, or very Tai Xianyo, but he didn't seem to be small at all. The rules of the competition. Department Head Ding shouted. Yi Changqing sighed deeply. Today, Minister Ding was very unprofessional. You only announced the rules when both sides were on the stage. What did you do earlier? Minister Ding said, if you don't like it, come on up. Do you know how difficult it is for me now? I didn't know anything before the competition. I didn't even know there was a martial arts competition before the competition. After I knew about the competition, I only knew more about the first stage than you. As for the remaining stages, I didn't know anything about them, either. I didn't even know that there were rules for this competition just now. Just now, someone transmitted a message to me and told me to say so. What can I do? Furthermore, the rules of the duel were written on a piece of paper that had mysteriously appeared in my hand. I don't even know how this piece of paper ended up in my hands. Do you know? I can say this responsibly. I did shout out the words rules of the competition, but in reality, I don't even know what was written on that piece of paper. Do you believe it? Probably not many people would believe him if he told them about it. But the person involved, Minister Ding himself, believed it, because he really didn't know anything, and he couldn't show any strange expression on his face. He had to appear as if he had a card up his sleeve, magnanimous, and poised. It's too hard for me. If one were to use a phrase to describe it, it would be that he was so confused that his mother opened the door for him. Minister Ding's current situation could actually be described as a toad using the table as a cushion to prop himself up. I obviously don't know anything, but I still have to preside over the overall situation. What kind of fucking task is this? Minister Ding roared in his heart, but his expression was as calm as a mountain. He slowly unfolded the piece of paper and couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows. Fuck this kind of rule. He couldn't help but look down. Then he sighed softly and said in a deep voice, the path of martial arts is life or death. Weapons have no eyes, and you will be responsible for your own injuries. Mercy is tolerance, and ruthlessness is the law. If there are timid people, you can announce your forfeit before the duel starts and admit defeat on the spot. Those who admit defeat before the duel will be expelled from the martial arts competition. The Ministry of Military Affairs and the Ministry of Political Affairs will never accept you again. Leaving the arena means you lose. The duel in the arena is the same as a battle on the battlefield. Victory or defeat depends on each person's means. Life and death are determined by fate. Riches and honor are determined by the heavens. That's all I have to say. I wish everyone the best of luck in martial arts. Minister Ding's voice was like a loud bell, spreading throughout the entire field. Then, there was an uproar that lasted for a long time. Wasn't this rule the same as forcing people to fight to the death? Was this still an exchange? An inspection? Wasn't this a life and death duel? Yi Changqing immediately stood up, his face ashen. Minister Ding, how can a life and death duel be called a duel? This kind of duel system, these kind of rules, how can I not know beforehand? Minister Ding thought to himself. I also didn't know beforehand, but his face was stern. This duel is to prepare for the Great War in the future. Otherwise, why would the three marshals appear here? Yi Changqing was stunned when he heard this. He was speechless for a long time. Minister Ding said coldly, the place where the marshals are is the military camp. The marshals of the three armies are here at the same time. The deputy marshal of the Southern Army is also here. It's equivalent to the marshals of the four armies being here. Since it's the military camp, it must abide by military law. Minister Ding said seriously, Principal Yi, I hope you understand that the current duel is no longer a matter of the Hidden Dragon High School. Everything that comes after has nothing to do with the Hidden Dragon High School. Yi Changqing's chest rose and fell. He really wanted to say, even the marshals of the three armies can't treat human life like grass. The Hidden Dragon High School order my students to engage in a life and death duel. How can you say that it has nothing to do with me, the principal? But he deeply understood that what Minister Ding said was the truth. To a certain extent, it could even be said that he was trying to exonerate himself. There would definitely be casualties in this duel. And with these words, the responsibility he would have to bear in the future would be reduced by 70 to 80%. Marshal Dongfang said indifferently, Changqing, this is a military matter of the continent. After everything is over, I will explain it to you. But now you are just a spectator. Do you understand? Yi Changqing stood there in a daze for a while. Then he said bitterly, I understand. On the other side, the king of the Zhongyuan lowered his head. Even the people around him could not see the expression in his eyes or on his face. However, his hands had already quietly clenched into fists. The knuckles on his fists had already turned a little white. Below the stage, the 5,000 students of the Hidden Dragon High School were all whispering. I'm afraid that someone will really die in this duel. Gao Qiao said, not only will someone die, but it won't be just one, Li Chenglong said. The two of them spoke almost at the same time. Beside Li Chenglong, Xiang Bing's face was as gloomy as water. But her fighting spirit was abnormally strong. Her gaze was like a knife, slashing at Li Chenglong and Gao Qiao. She was about to explode. Xiang Chong scratched his head at the side. This duel is so strange that he didn't realize that his sister was about to explode. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo had an extra pair of binoculars on his face. He was concentrating on the stage. He took the opportunity to send a telepathic message to Li Chenglong. Keep an eye on Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing. Don't let them act rashly. Once they act rashly, just knock them out. Zhou Xiaoduo's voice was very solemn, and there was an unprecedented sense of command and forbiddance in his voice. Li Chenglong's heart immediately froze. Okay, these two guys were impulsive. Once something happened, they might really explode on the spot. Then, it would be over. I have to keep an eye on them. So Xiaoduo used his physiognomy to focus on the two people on the stage, Long Feixiang and Tai Xiaonyou. Long Feixiang's head was full of death qi, but Tai Xiaonyou's head, but what the fuck? Nothing? Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked and surprised. Then, he used his aura observation technique to focus on General Dongfang, General Shimin, Minister Ding, and other high-level officials. All of them were full of righteousness. There was no sense of conspiracy or treachery. Zhou Xiaoduo's mind was racing. He had a vague guess in his heart, but he didn't have any evidence to support it. He could only watch in confusion. At this moment, the first duel of this duel had begun. The first duel was life and death. Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts, Long Feixiang, please. Team 2, Tai Xiaonyou. Please. The two teenagers on the stage bowed to each other and then slowly stepped back. Then a white light suddenly flashed, and Long Feixiang's long sword was unsheathed. As a student of Class 1, Grade 3 of the Hidden Dragon High School, he was undoubtedly a genius. He was confident that he could defeat any opponent at the same level as him. He could even kill his opponent off the stage. This was not arrogance, but confidence in his own strength. Tai Xiaoyo, who was opposite him, untied a big black knife from his back and slowly pulled it out. The tip of the knife was pointed upward and hidden behind his elbow. Long Feixiang had leaped into the air. His slender body suddenly disappeared in a flash of lightning-like sword light as he leaped into the air. Many students of the Hidden Dragon High School were familiar with this sword technique. Nine Heavens Thunder Sword. It was a sword technique with a strong, murderous aura. It seemed that Long Feixiang had planned to go all out from the beginning to end this duel as soon as possible. The sword light surged like dark clouds, piling up layer by layer. The biting cold sword wind fell from the sky and blew Tai Xiaoyo's clothes. However, Tai Xiaoyo was still standing in the same place, motionless. In midair, the rumbling of thunder was endless, and the momentum became more and more condensed. A flash of lightning seemed to connect the sky and the earth at this moment. It separated from the clouds and flashed. The light was still flashing in the sky, and the tip of the sword was already at Tai Xiaoyo's throat. Even the teachers of the Hidden Dragon High Martial School secretly cheered for this sword strike. Good. Tai Xiaoyo's body, which was originally still, suddenly moved. It was a very simple movement. His body leaned sideways, and then the big knife in his hand chopped out. The momentum of this saber was ordinary and unadorned. However, such a simple sideways movement allowed the tip of Long Feixiang's sword to fly past his throat. Even though the distance between them was less than a millimeter, Tai Xiaoyo still managed to dodge it. Long Feixiang's brilliant sword attack missed completely. Tai Xiaoyo's following attack did not use any tricks, but just swept across. The momentum was fierce and fierce, like three armies fighting and blood on the battlefield. Puff! After the attack, the blood rushed to the sky. A head spun and flew up into the sky. The head that flew out drew a bright rainbow in the air along with the splattering blood. The Prince of Zhongyuan's face turned pale instantly. He could not help but stand up abruptly. Chapter 669. Below, a figure appeared on the arena, but he had already lost his head. However, his two legs were still moving quickly as he rushed out. This was Long Feixiang, or rather, this was Long Feixiang's body. Blood gushed out from his neck like a fountain. His head was flying in the air, but his body was still rushing forward in large strides. He still maintained his posture of holding the sword in his right hand as he ran at full speed. He rushed out of the arena and fell down. After landing, he rolled on the ground and stood up to continue rushing forward. He rushed out for more than 20 meters before he fell to the ground with a loud bang. It was only at this moment that he truly died of exhaustion. He was completely dead. Dong! His head, which had flown high into the air, inevitably fell back onto the arena with a dull thud. This dull thud seemed to have smashed heavily into the hearts of all the students and teachers of Hidden Dragon High School. They all held their breaths and looked at the arena in disbelief. It was this move. It was this move. A genius of the third year of Hidden Dragon High School was defeated. He died on the spot. What kind of cruel situation was this? The king of Zhongyuan stood there in a daze, his whole body stiff. What's wrong? Marshal Shimen looked at the king of Zhongyuan indifferently. Why did you suddenly stand up? Nothing. I'm a little surprised that a murder happened so suddenly, the king of Zhongyuan muttered. Don't be impatient. Back then, your father went in and out of thousands of soldiers and horses, roamed mountains of corpses and seas of blood, but his expression didn't change. Typhon, you can't do it, Marshal Shimen said. The king of Zhongyuan. Yes. Well, sit down and watch slowly, Marshal Shimen said lightly. There's still a lot of time left today. The king of Zhongyuan slowly sat down. For a moment, his mind was a little blank. There is still a lot of time left today. Watch slowly. What did this mean? The king of Zhongyuan stared at the head that was no longer bleeding. His eyes were still filled with confidence that he could kill his opponent with his sword, as well as those tightly pursed lips, that handsome and tender face. The gaze in his eyes suddenly became perplexed. His tall and straight figure swayed slightly. Yi Changqing's lips were trembling. The expressions of the teachers of Hidden Dragon High School instantly turned extremely ugly. Many students' faces were pale. On the stage, Tai Xiaoyu slowly straightened his body and carefully put his saber back into the scabbard. His face was still calm. He bowed slightly to the head on the stage and said, "Thank you for letting me win." After he finished speaking, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back and looked at Minister Ding. It was obvious that he was waiting for Minister Ding to announce his victory. Department Head Ding's lips trembled as he announced, "Tai Xiaoyu from Team 2 wins the first match. An advanced nascent soul transformation stage cultivator against an advanced nascent soul transformation stage cultivator." This result couldn't be said to not be glorious. However, this result was forged from the combination of blood, cruelty, and iron. Tai Xiaoyu bowed slightly, turned around, and strode off the stage. Zhou Xiaoduo and the others noticed that Tai Xiaoyu's facial expression didn't change at all before and after he killed someone. Even when he chopped off someone's head in front of his own eyes, he didn't even have a single drop of blood on his body despite the blood splattering everywhere. This was a veteran. Regardless of whether it was fighting or killing, he was a veteran. Zhou Xiaoduo commented on this person in his heart. When Xing Tian stood in front of his own students, his face was unprecedentedly dignified. He no longer had the thought that his students would win. He looked at Tai Xiaoyu and murmured in a heavy voice, "This is the battle formation killing technique." His body was like a mountain, unmoved by wind and rain. His heart was like steel when facing a strong enemy. His saber passed through the throat. His expression did not change. He pulled out his saber and cut off the head with one strike. When Xing Tian took a deep breath and suppressed the thoughts in his heart, he was extremely puzzled. This was a person from the military. But why was this so? The students of Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy's 3rd grade class 1 all stood up at once. Their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. 2 of them pulled out their swords and were about to rush over to fight. "Stop!" Yi Changqing's face was livid as he shouted, "No one is to act rashly. In the martial arts arena, there is no resentment between life and death. The survival of the fittest, the survival of the fittest." An unusually strong divine sense instantly enveloped the entire martial arts arena. It was Marshal Shiman who made his move. In the battle formation killing technique, there is no resentment between life and death. Teachers and students of Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy, please remain calm. Marshal Shiman's voice was filled with a sense of majesty. At the same time, 2 divine senses that even Marshal Shiman did not detect were divided into thousands of strands and locked onto everyone present at Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy, including the teachers, including the students, including the 2,000 people who were about to enter the battlefield to change the defense. These thousands of strands of divine senses were fine and subtle. They were faintly discernible. Although they truly existed, they were not detected by the people of the present age. However, they had already captured everyone's reactions, emotional changes, and the fluctuations in their eyes. Our Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy can afford to lose. Yi Changqing shouted, "Everyone has it. Quiet." The few marshals sighed in their hearts. They all saw Yi Changqing's grief, anger, and agitation at this moment. They could not bear it in their hearts. However, if they told him the plan now, Yi Changqing's acting skills would be immediately detected and the situation would go out of control. He had no choice but to let Yi Changqing suffer for the time being. Minister Ding stood up and sighed softly. "I am very disappointed that the first battle of Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy was lost. However, I also understand. After all, you are children who have not experienced any bitter battles. Losing and being killed in an instant is a very normal thing. However, what I want to tell the children is, you can be immature, but the real battlefield will not give you time to mature. When you face your enemies, they won't give you time to mature. You're not mature now. When you enter the battlefield, you will only end up like that student. If you die like this on the battlefield, you will not even be considered a martyr. Because on the battlefield, only soldiers who have killed the enemy are martyrs after they die. If you die like this in vain, there is only one name for it. It is called meritorious service. Minister Ding said seriously, the meritorious service of the enemy. To put it bluntly, if you die like this, you will be sending your head to the battlefield. Meritorious service. Not only the deceased just now, but also all of you. All of you are undeniably weak. Minister Ding's voice was like a loud bell, exploding in the hearts of every student. The battle just now and the words just now had shattered the dreams of each and every one of the youths who had killed the enemy and rendered meritorious service, made their names known, and brought glory to their ancestors. All of you will be sending your head to the battlefield. Meritorious service. They could not even be considered as cannon fodder. They were not even comparable. These words were undoubtedly a huge blow to many of the students who had long dreamed of becoming a hero. Minister Ding's voice turned sorrowful as he said loudly, "This battle has disappointed me, because I did not feel the atmosphere and momentum of the students who were determined to die." Just like that, he charged forward and was killed. Perhaps you will think that my words are very cold-blooded, heartless, and unreasonable. Which side do you think I'm on? Am I still the minister of the martial arts department? How can I speak like this? Aren't you taking pleasure in other people's misfortune? They are already dead. How can you hit them when they're down? Minister Ding said loudly, "I know that there are definitely some among you who think this way. In fact, most of you think this way. However, this kind of thinking should not be taught to you by me. Correct you. You have your own teachers, and I am not responsible for this. I only want to say that there is a huge problem with the mentality of you youngsters. Your understanding of battle formations and killing is not just one-sided. It is simply child's play, and the only result of child's play is to play with your little lives." Minister Ding stood on the stage, his expression unusually heavy. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. I have to say that even though the border has been a continuous bloody battle for tens of millions of years, and there are soldiers who die every day in the Sun Moon Pass, in the eyes of the majority of youths, the battlefield is still a place filled with romance. There are many students who have already cultivated to the cloud transformation realm, but have never even seen human blood. Such people really exist. In their hearts, what is the battlefield? The battlefield is in movies and TV dramas. Bring a beautiful woman and circle around the enemy. It is exciting, erotic, romantic. Dance on steel wires, brush shoulders with the god of death. But in the end, the one who wins is still me. Returning from the battlefield, it is only right to be conferred the title of Marquis and General. High rank and generous salary. Beauties will throw themselves into your arms. From then on, you will be a man above men. You will be able to pass judgment on the world and be full of vigor. And because of the battlefield experience, you will obtain invincible strength. Yes, this is the battlefield in the hearts of many youngsters. The battlefield is the place to go and fish for merits. It is as if those monstrous merits are placed there like trash. Just wait for him to go, bend down, pick it up, and he will be a great general, a hero, a marshal, a man above men. Is it really like this? Minister Ding asked loudly. I want to tell you, no, absolutely not. Too many children simply do not know what the battlefield is. They enter the battlefield in a daze. Even if the heavens protect them, they will definitely not survive. Minister Ding announced loudly. Now, the second round begins. Today, I will let you see what is called the battlefield, what is called killing. Rather than letting you die on the battlefield in the future, in my opinion, it is better to die here. Dying here can also serve as a warning to your fellow students. It can also make everyone value you. It can still be of some use. At the very least, your loved ones can still see your corpse, and they can still think of you. But if you die on a battlefield, there is nothing. Not even your corpse can be seen. Your head has long been hung on the waist of the enemy to go back and ask for merits. To be able to leave a name engraved on the tombstone, let me tell you, you are still considered lucky. Chapter 670. Department Head Ding's face was ashen. His gaze was like lightning as he scanned the faces of all the students. All of the Hidden Dragon High School teachers were standing ramrod straight beside their respective classes. They stood at attention and listened without moving an inch. Many of them were thinking. We talk about these things every day and emphasize them every day. It's not that we don't pay attention to the children's battlefield education, but we can't educate the students by having one person die every day. But in front of Department Head Ding, these reasons don't exist. As long as your students have such childish thoughts, you are a failure as a teacher. There is no reason. The results of the second round's draw. Hidden Dragon High School's third-year Class 2, ranked 2nd. The opponent is Team 2, ranked 19th. Below the stage, Gao Qiaoer and Li Chenglong were surprised. They couldn't help but turn around and look at each other. They saw the deep confusion in each other's eyes. Wrong guess. Yes. How could a murder happen in Team 2? Could it be that Team 2 isn't from the Astral Souls continent? Impossible. But the king of the Central Plains is here. Could it be? If not, why wait so long? Keep watching. The two of them quickly exchanged a few words and then immediately turned back to look at the stage without blinking. Beside them, Xiang Bing's face was flushed red. Her gaze was fixed on the stage. She clenched her fists tightly and gritted her teeth, making a sound like she was eating beans. Almost nothing could be heard in the tsunami-like noise. There was only one thought in her mind. This adulterous couple is flirting with each other again. Scum! Scum! I'm so angry that Xiang Bing was only a little bit away from exploding on the stage. Vice Principal Liu picked up the roster, found the name, and read, Hidden Dragon High School, 3rd year Class 2. Second place is Chun Tang, high-level nascent soul. On the other side, the green-clothed youth held the roster and said lightly, Team 2. 19th place is Wang Xiaoma, high-level nascent soul. On the surface, it seemed that two people were evenly matched. Moreover, the names were strange and made people angry. The first one was called Tai Xiaonyao, and this one was called Wang Xiaoma. Just how random was this name? But this time, no one laughed. This was because everyone realized that each and every one of these people were probably veterans who had been on the battlefield for a long time. They were murderous fools who had been fighting for years. He really didn't know where these people came from. And those names, such as Tai Xiaonyao, Wang Xiaoma, and so on, were most likely fake names. On the stage, when he heard Chun Tang's name, the king of Zhongyuan's face, which was originally slightly pale, was stunned again. His entire body stiffened. Another coincidence? At the next moment, the king of Zhongyuan's gaze was filled with fury and panic. Although it disappeared in a flash, that emotion did indeed exist. Chun Tang's expression was solemn as he slowly walked out. When he heard his name, he couldn't help but wonder if he should admit defeat. However, once he admitted defeat, his life would be over. At most, he could only be a martial artist in the pugilistic world, without any future to speak of. If he was blacklisted in both the military and the political world, what could he achieve in the future? If a martial artist in the pugilistic world were to achieve something, it would be easy for them to be targeted. A single word of admitting defeat, yet his entire life had been ruined. I can't accept this. I still have my mission. Chun Tang pursed his lips and leaped into the arena. In front of him was a similarly tall and dark-skinned young man. Like Tai Xiaonyao, he was expressionless. On his back, like Tai Xiaonyao, was a thick-backed machete, and the same reticence. If not for their completely different faces, just by looking at their aura and temperament, one would almost think that they were twins. Please, please. Both of them bowed. Then the battle began immediately. But died after just 2 moves. Wang Xiaoma retracted his machete and retreated. Thank you for letting me win. In front of him was Chun Tang's body that had already been cut into 2. Fresh blood was slowly spreading in the arena. On Chun Tang's face, which could no longer show any expression, there was only horror. 2 slashes. The first slash broke Chun Tang's weapon and sent him flying. The second slash cut his waist. The second team wins the second round. The Hidden Dragon martial artist has lost another round. Minister Ding's voice was mixed with an indescribable regret. On the other side, the king of Zhongyuan trembled and suddenly stood up. His face was a little pale as he said, Marshal Dongfang, Uncle Shiman, Uncle Beigong. Minister Ding, I'm not feeling well. Why don't I go back for now? Marshal Shiman's gaze turned toward him. His gaze was as sharp as a red-hot steel needle. He said indifferently, What's wrong? The king of Zhongyuan forced a smile. I haven't been on the battlefield for many years. Now that I've been hit by blood, I actually feel even more uncomfortable. It's really unbearable. Marshal Shiman narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, You can't be like this. Back then, your father wandered back and forth between mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Not to say that he was like a fish in water, but at least his expression didn't change. In your current state, if something unexpected happens, how are you going to deal with it? The king of Zhongyuan's face was pale. I've probably been in the rear all year round and have been pampered too much. I've shamed my ancestors and made a fool of myself. Marshal Dongfang turned his head and his face darkened. He said slowly, As a prince of the royal family, you're supported by the people. It's really unbearable for you to have such a reaction when you see blood. As the role model of the continent, the royal family has a heavy responsibility on their shoulders. How are you going to be a role model for the world like this? If there's a day when you go to war, how can I count on you to lead the troops? The king of Zhongyuan, Marshal Beigong, how was even less polite. He said, Jun Taifeng, I'll give you a piece of advice. Just watch obediently and get used to it as soon as possible. The sooner you get used to it, the better. The king of Zhongyuan panted heavily. The veins on his forehead were throbbing, and he clenched his fists tightly. The 3 marshals all looked at him coldly and indifferently. They didn't care about his actions at all. The blood on the floor of the arena was dazzling, and a stench of blood assailed their nostrils. After a moment of awkward silence, the king of Zhongyuan finally heaved a heavy sigh of relief. He laughed and said, I've learned a lot from the wise words of the marshals. I'll read it carefully and seriously now. Our ancestors have bathed in blood for thousands of years, and only then did we manage to stabilize the rear. How can we be so useless? His complexion had actually recovered its rosy complexion from its original pale complexion, and it even had a hint of calmness and composure. Marshal Shiman said indifferently, Today's just an inspection or a formality. Once it's over, there's nothing for you to do. I still remember that before your father fought a life and death battle, he seemed to have sensed something and specially came to drink with me. That night, we talked a lot. The king of Zhongyuan's calm face turned a little angry again. He took a deep breath and said, What did my father say? Marshal Shiman said, Your father was drunk at that time. He asked me, Marshal, do you know that as a prince of the imperial family, even if I don't leave the capital, I can still live a life of glory and wealth, free and unfettered? Then why do I still have to fight on the battlefield? The king of Zhongyuan pondered, and then Marshal Shiman said, And then I also asked why. Your father said, The late king only had 2 sons. Although the imperial power on the continent is far from the golden mouth and jade teeth of the previous dynasties, the imperial family status is still honorable and high above. Therefore, the throne is still a position that the imperial descendants scramble for. Your father said that if he stayed in the capital, it would only cause trouble. Even if he didn't want to take the throne, there would always be people who would think of ways to make him take the throne, forcing him to take the throne. Because only when he took the throne, there would be new meritorious officials who would be able to suppress the current meritorious families for a while. And those who want your father to take the throne would then have a chance to become the new top class of power. Your father said that if he stayed in the capital, he would inevitably die sooner or later. Even if he wasn't forced by others, he might still be tempted, because there are too many people who want to take the throne. The human heart has always been strange and unpredictable. Those people have an inextricable connection with your father. Even if he doesn't relent, there might be a day when he will be forced to take the throne. And once he relents, the process will only be faster. Therefore, your father said, I only hope that after me, the imperial family will decline, but I can use my iron-blooded military achievements to leave a way out for my descendants. You said that your father's reputation, status, martial arts, cultivation, strategy, commanding, and wisdom were all enough to be a general of an army. But in order to avoid taboo, he was only a deputy general. But in those years, too many tough and fierce battles were fought by your father, the first prince of the imperial family, the invincible god of war on the continent, the immortal legend of the astral souls. These are your father's outstanding achievements. Do you think it's something that can be obtained so easily? Marshal Sheeman said indifferently, no matter what you do, no one will touch you now. It's not because of your high status as the king of the Central Plains, nor is it because of your noble status in the imperial family. It's just because of the all-powerful god of war back then. For the outstanding military achievements back then, for the immortal achievements, for the god of war of the generation, who clearly had a chance to live, but as his military achievements increased, he gained more and more supporters and loyal soldiers, and his prestige grew. He gradually showed signs of threatening the throne, so he was willing to lead all his trusted subordinates to fight to the death. He had the ability and wisdom of a general, but he was willing to be a general who charged and broke through enemy lines. He had the chance to surpass the general and become an existence like the left and right heavenly kings, but he was willing to die in battle because he couldn't stabilize the situation. A prince of the generation. That's the person that all the marshals admire the most. When he was in the Western Army back then, he was also my closest brother. The king of the Central Plains' face turned pale again. He muttered, I didn't do anything. Marshal Sheeman said coldly, that's why I came here personally this time. I want to see you with my own eyes, to see you finish watching these few battles. You should just sit still. He rolled his eyes, and a cold light shot out. His gaze was like two long swords that had been through hundreds of battles, and it was breathtaking. With such a gaze, he stared straight into the king of the Central Plains' eyes and said word by word, don't move. The king of the Central Plains sat down dejectedly. The expression on his face suddenly became unusually defeated. Chapter 671. When Department Head Ding saw that they had finished speaking, he gradually understood what was going on. Although the aura had sealed off the entire ring and not a single bit of sound could be heard outside, the people inside could still hear it clearly. Continue to draw lots. Third round, Hidden Dragon High School 4th Year Class 1, ranked 8th. Opponent. Team 2, ranked 24th. Vice Principal Liu held the name list and found the 8th student of the 4th Year Class 1 with great difficulty. Hidden Dragon High School 4th Year Class 1, 8th student Xiao Junyi. Intermediate Cloud Transformation Stage Cultivation. The leader of Team 2, a youth in green, lazily reported, Team 2, ranked 24th. Little Rabbit Lawn. Intermediate Cloud Transformation Stage. Surprisingly, they were two evenly matched opponents. Even the dullest person would have noticed that something was wrong with the current situation. How was this a coincidence? It was as if the opponents had been selected beforehand. Every pair was an opponent with a similar cultivation base. So Xiao Duo, Li Chenglong, and the others were even more affected. They felt even more sick than fucking a dog. Could this team, too, be given a proper name? Tai Xiaonyo, Wang Xiaoma. Little Rabbit Lawn. Fortunately, there were so many animals on the continent for you to name. Otherwise, there would be no way to name them. When the name Xiao Junyi came out, the eyes of many of the male students from the Hidden Dragon High School all lit up. This Xiao Junyi was known as the #1 school beauty of Hidden Dragon High School. This girl was gentle and generous. Her beauty could topple cities. She was also known for her gentle and pleasant temperament. Her bearing was graceful and natural. Many male students regarded her as their dream lover. Even in their dreams, they wanted to get close to her. However, no one had ever succeeded. Moreover, it was said that this Xiao Junyi's background was not small. Not only was she a peerless genius, her name had already been reported. She was one of the candidates for the crown prince's concubines. If the crown prince really took a fancy to her, she would soar to the top and become a phoenix. She would become an existence that most people in the world would have to look up to. Who would have thought that she would be called out in this life and death battle? Many male students felt as if their hearts were being squeezed. Xiao Junyi was also dressed in snow-white clothes. She got up with some difficulty and slowly walked towards the arena. On the other side, Lan Xiaodu naturally stood up as well. She was also a beauty. She had a tall figure, a beautiful face, and nimble movements. In just a few steps, she stood on the arena. Her slender figure stood in the wind, making her seem even more candid and generous. As Xiao Junyi walked, her face was filled with a conflicted expression. The first two had already died, so how could he be so lucky that her beautiful eyes darted around as she glanced at the teachers, students, and principals with a startled glance. He stole a glance at the king of Zhongyuan. The corners of the king of Zhongyuan's mouth twitched, and his body stiffened. Finally, he arrived at the front of the arena. As long as he leaped up, he would be able to get onto the stage and enter the fighting sequence. But she stopped and hesitated. The shadow of death ceaselessly assaulted her, causing her beautiful face to be covered in a panicked expression. She stood all alone before the combat ring, while drifting in the wind, and she seemed to be especially delicate and moving, causing others to feel pity for her. Marshal Shimen frowned and shouted in a low voice, "This student of the Hidden Dragon Academy, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you on the stage yet?" Xiao Junyi was like a frightened rabbit. She raised her head, tears rolling in her eyes. Her petal-like lips quivered as she muttered, get on the stage and fight." Marshal Shimen's face was like iron, and he was not moved at all. Marshals had seen too many beauties. They would not have any compassion at all. No matter how beautiful a beauty was, after she died and was exposed to the sun for a few days on the battlefield, she would still be smelly. There was a saying at the borders that a sow could compete with a cicada. Another explanation might be that Xiao Junyi stood there trembling, and her pleading gaze kept drifting around. After hearing Marshal Shimen's urging, there was no way out. She suddenly cried out, "Godfather, I don't want to die." As soon as this sentence came out, the entire place fell into silence. This sudden change made it so quiet that it was like an armpit. No one would have thought that Xiao Junyi would say such a thing at this moment. Godfather? Who? If one were to look at it from the perspective of a godfather, then Xiao Junyi's so-called persona was really worth discussing. The king of Zhongyuan's face turned cold as he said coldly, "Here, I am just a spectator. Your identity is a student of the Hidden Dragon Academy, and not my goddaughter." King of Zhongyuan. Everyone was shocked again, stunned by this shocking news. This Xiao Junyi was actually the goddaughter of the king of Zhongyuan. Enchanting was the one who was shocked the most. Previously, after a few consecutive battles, Enchanting's anger had been accumulating, and he was even filled with grief and grief. What Department Head Ding and the other marshals said was true, but everything had a gradual process. Not everyone was born to be a qualified warrior. Experience on the battlefield also needed to be accumulated bit by bit. Right now, he was watching the genius students that his academy had painstakingly nurtured die one by one in the hands of others. Blood splattered everywhere, and their deaths were too horrible to look at. How could he not feel heartache? How could he not have any opinions? But when he suddenly heard Xiao Junyi call him godfather and saw the king of Zhongyuan's reaction, Yi Changqing suddenly understood something. His eyes flashed with bewilderment and also a meaningful glow. Could it be Xiang Quangren, Lu Yichuan, Cheng Gaiying, and the others had the same thought? And this call of Godfather shocked the class teacher of the fourth grade the most. He didn't know that the student he had always thought highly of had such a special identity. Xiao Junyi said sadly, "I don't want to go on stage to compete. I'm scared." On the stage, the king of Zhongyuan's expression changed. He suddenly turned and said, "Marshal, I have a request. The video of this goddaughter of mine has already been sent to the palace. His Highness the Crown Prince is choosing a consort, and she has already caught his eye. Can you?" Marshal Sheeman didn't even bat an eyelid as he said indifferently, "No." These two words were exceptionally resolute and decisive. The king of Zhongyuan felt a rush of anger. His face was purple and swollen. He took a few deep breaths before he calmed down. He turned to Xiao Junyi and said, "Life and death are not allowed in the arena. But before you go on stage, you still have the right to choose whether you want to fight or not. You can go on stage and fight, but you can also admit defeat." Xiao Junyi was a girl, and it involved the royal family's consort selection. Even if she admitted defeat, it would just be another stain on her record. If the crown prince didn't care, there was still hope. Xiao Junyi's eyes lit up when she heard that. She opened her mouth and said, "I." In the second team, the cyan-robed captain's eyes narrowed. Then, a silent and undetectable force was transmitted from the ground. However, not only did Xiao Junyi not admit defeat, she even leaped into the air and gracefully stepped onto the arena. What was more, she even drew out her longsword. With a flash of cold light, she pointed it at the opponent and actually adopted an attacking posture. The king of Zhongyuan's eyes bulged, almost popping out of their sockets. What was the meaning of this? You called out your godfather in front of everyone and exposed our relationship. It was obvious that you didn't want to go on stage and die. I've already taken a huge risk and pointed out a path for you to admit defeat, but you jumped onto the stage without a word. Are you playing with me? Or are you trying to trick me? What a trick! The force that sent Xiao Junyi onto the stage was extremely powerful and well-concealed. It didn't dissipate at all during the process. Even with the king of Zhongyuan's cultivation, he didn't notice anything strange. The tall beauty, Lan Xiaodu, saw that her opponent went on stage. She cupped her fists and bowed. "Please." Xiao Junyi didn't say a word. She took a step forward and stabbed her long sword. Her movements were strict and proper. But what didn't match her actions at all was the horror and despair in her eyes at this moment. Amidst the cries of shock, where the sword light passed, blood soared into the sky. A once beautiful head flew high into the sky. The king of Zhongyuan stood up abruptly. His whole body was stiff, his face was pale, and his limbs were cold. In the arena, a body that was still graceful and curvaceous had already lost its head and fell limply to the ground. The future crown prince consort was killed on the spot. Under everyone's eyes, on the stage in broad daylight, her head was beheaded with a sword. Opposite, Lan Xiaotu kept her sword and bowed. "Thank you for going easy on me." All the Hidden Dragon High School students were suddenly in an uproar. Among them, more than 10 male students who usually had a crush on Xiao Junyi howled sorrowfully. Their hearts instantly shattered into pieces, and they actually drew their swords without a care. "Murderer, give me your life." "Revenge." Lan Xiaodu stood quietly on the stage, but her hand was already on the hilt of her sword. In her eyes, there was pity, sympathy, and understanding, but there was no sign of retreat. "I know that all of you like her. I pity all of you for being deceived. I pity all of you for losing your true feelings. I understand all of you for your grief and indignation of having your dreams shattered. But all of you don't know who she is. All of you don't know what kind of vicious conspiracy is hidden in her. All of you don't know what I'm doing today. But that's not important. As long as all of you dare to come up, I dare to kill all of you. I've killed hundreds of the Umno Alliance's stunning beauties. Their pursuers have come to me for revenge, and the number of people who have died under my sword is more than 1,000. I don't care if there are a few more of you. I've never cared if anyone would say that I'm cold-blooded. Today, I came here to kill this woman. That's my mission. That's all. I've already completed my mission, but I definitely can't be killed by a bunch of people who don't know the truth. If we really meet, I won't show any mercy." She exposed her identity in front of everyone just now and called the Prince of Zhongyuan her godfather. She confirmed her identity as the crown prince consort candidate, and you still want to come up? That's because all of you are stupid. A bunch of idiots who are blinded by their so-called first love. What's wrong with dying? Even if all of you don't know the truth, you should at least realize how big of a whirlpool the Prince of Zhongyuan's goddaughter and the crown prince consort candidate is, right? Begging for monthly votes, recommendation votes, subscriptions. Chapter 672. Of course, the students couldn't charge forward. Yi Changqing saw that the students had lost their composure and immediately flew out, shouting like a thunderbolt. All of you stop. The students were all agitated and started to protest. Team 1, 2, and 5 looked on coldly and indifferently as if they didn't see anything. There were people in all grades and classes who were deep in thought. There were many geniuses who entered the Hidden Dragon Academy with the title of geniuses. There weren't many truly foolish people. There were already too many people who were thinking about the strangeness of this matter. On the first grade stand, Gao Xiao sighed softly, the love of young people. So Xiao Duo turned to look at her strangely. You speak as if you're all grown up, Li Qinglong said lightly. The strangeness of this matter has been exposed in front of everyone. This senior sister Xiao Junyi is not only the goddaughter of the king of the Central Plains, she's also a candidate for the crown prince's wife. They still want to charge forward without any hesitation. That's stupid. I can only call such people idiots. Gao Xiao said humbly, I'm willing to listen to Vice Class Monitor Li's wise opinion. Li Qinglong snorted. How could he not know that this girl was planning to fight with him? If I can't give a proper explanation, I'm afraid that this girl will use me as a stepping stone. Stupid girl. She's so much more annoying than Little Eye Seg. On the other side, Xiang Bing glared at Gao Xiao. One of her hands reached out as if she was going to pick up the halberd at any time. She pouted unhappily, and her eyes were full of vigilance. Her whole body was tense like a tigress before she attacked to protect her food. Why was this Gao Xiao, of the Gao family, so close to Li Qinglong recently? What was she trying to do? Could it be that she had taken a fancy to Li Qinglong? Her intentions were simply terrible. How dare you touch this old lady's vegetables? It was a pity that Gao Xiao's intention to test him was doomed to fail. Li Qinglong already had a card up his sleeve. Isn't this simple? He said. This is probably a chess piece that the king of the Central Plains has been planning for a long time, but it is also a rather important chess piece. I think that the Prince of the Central Plains should have great confidence in making his adopted daughter, Xiao Junyi, the person whom the crown prince favors. Or perhaps, even if the crown prince doesn't choose, there will be someone else who will choose for the crown prince, locking the position of the crown prince's consort on this woman. Xiao Junyi, what does this name mean? I believe both you and I can see that. As for today's event, it is a game. We will take drastic measures and kill the person directly involved in this matter. All of our plans will come to a premature end and sink into the sand. Originally, I had a feeling that the inspection this time and the competition were shrouded in mystery, but now the situation is very clear. The three marshals are here to suppress the king of Zhongyuan. Perhaps there are other things, but we don't know about them, nor do we know about them. As for Xiao Junyi, so Xiao Duo interrupted. Xiao Junyi, this name itself carries with it the aura of a motherly model of the world. Her fate is indeed extraordinary. It's just that luck is no match for fate. She doesn't have that fate. Once she suffers the backlash, she will die and everything will come to an end. So Xiao Duo could be said to have the deepest understanding of this. Moreover, through today's incident, Xiao Duo actually had a new understanding of the art of aura observation and physiognomy. Or rather, it was a kind of enlightenment. When Xiao Junyi stood up when her name was called, Xiao Duo clearly saw that the aura above Xiao Junyi's head had already condensed into the shape of half a crown and was rapidly dissipating. And this half of the crown was enough to explain too many problems. She really did have this kind of luck. If he didn't die today, He was afraid that in the future, this plan could really succeed. It was a pity that today, someone had changed her fate for her. A broad path that could lead to the heavens was cut off in the most resolute and extreme way with a thunderous strike. Today, the fate of all the important people present, except for the king of the Central Plains, had gathered together and forcefully cut off this path to the heavens. Not only did he cut off Xiao Junyi's fate, but he also scattered all of her fate energy. No matter how extraordinary Xiao Junyi's own fate energy was, it was still in the embryonic stage. How could it resist the combined power of so many important people's fate energy? She died prematurely, and her soul left the underworld. So Xiaoduo's gaze was unprecedentedly serious. So, fate energy can be used in this way. On the other side, after the feudal struggle, a few youths looked at the lifeless body on the arena and cried bitterly. "Little Bunny Lawn, don't give me a chance. If we meet in the future, I will definitely kill you." Little Bunny Lawn, this hatred and enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. Someone refused to give up and shouted harshly. Sobbing, accompanied by tears, roared. Little Bunny Lawn, who was slowly walking down the arena, didn't even stop. She walked right past them and didn't even bother to look at them. She had heard such words too many times. If she had to remember every single one of them, she really didn't know how many she would have to remember. Revenge on me? Come on. She sat down slowly. A light breeze blew past, and under her head of black hair, a strand of silvery white hair flashed and fluttered. It's fate and fate. Those who rushed out and were immediately persuaded to go back still have some chances. At most, the road ahead will be a little bumpy. But those who were still clamoring for revenge after being dissuaded will have no future in this lifetime. Stupidity isn't scary at the moment. Knowing that it's a dead end ahead and still going forward, not turning back even after hitting a wall, that's just courting death. It has nothing to do with anyone. Gao Qiaoer sighed softly. Many of them were famous star students from the Hidden Dragon High School. It was a pity that their experience and knowledge were too shallow and couldn't be of much use. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong also had the same thoughts. Since they could guess that the main target of today's plan was the king of Zhongyuan, then everything that happened today, as well as the king of Zhongyuan's many actions, could be explained. Especially those few students who were still clamoring for revenge impulsively after being forced to call him godfather in a life-and-death situation. In the hearts of the higher-ups, it was tantamount to sentencing their futures to death. They were so muddle-headed and brainless. How could they be of any use? Perhaps they could still be heroes when killing enemies on the front lines, but their future achievements are destined to be difficult to achieve in the long run. Yi Changqing obviously also realized this point. He turned and said to Marshal Dongfang in a somewhat pleading tone, "Marshal, we're all young people. We were also hot-blooded and impulsive in the past. Those who don't know are not to be blamed." Marshal Dongfang smiled and said, "Changqing, those who don't know are not to be blamed. This is only applicable in times of peace, and even only applies to those commoners who don't have any destructive power. For example, these hotheads in front of us in times of war. How can you be sure that they won't commit heinous crimes under the instigation of others?" Yi Changqing said in a low voice, "They're just some kids. Marshal, your words are too arbitrary. You can leave them some leeway. They're all students of the Martial Arts Institute." Marshal Dongfang said telepathically, "Yi Changqing, you're muddle-headed. You're being soft-hearted. Is this the time to plead for mercy? Have you ever thought that these so-called geniuses are the best of the best? If this woman becomes the crown princess, these former classmates of the crown princess, who were her hardcore pursuers and childhood sweethearts, won't become her most original capital? As long as the king of Zhongyuan uses some tricks, it's enough to let these geniuses take charge of their respective families and unite around the crown princess. What kind of power group will they form, and what kind of destructive power will they form? This is the power of the hidden dragon geniuses. Don't tell me you don't know how powerful this power is. Those who don't know are not to be blamed. As the headmaster of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Institute, your dereliction of duty by saying this. Yi Changqing heaved a long sigh and also replied telepathically, Marshal, you said it yourself. That's just an if. But the fact is that that woman is already dead. This is an established fact. The future you spoke of has already become a bubble. So why implicate others? Marshal Dongfang snorted. We'll consider it carefully. Yi Changqing heaved a long sigh of relief. Many thanks for your magnanimity, Marshal. Marshal Dongfang said indifferently. We're at the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Institute now. You're standing up for your students, so I'll give you face for the time being. But you have to know that in the future, once these people have power in their hands, whatever they do will be the sins that you, the headmaster, have committed today. Those who don't know are not guilty. You don't know whether they'll be guilty at that time, but things will change. I hope this sentence isn't the source of your regret. Yi Changqing took a deep breath and said, As a teacher, I'll naturally do my best. I'll teach them well and not let them make mistakes. Marshal, you've also said that if I were in the army now, I definitely wouldn't say anything. Because that's what I should do. But I'm their headmaster now. That's why I'm here to plead. I hope you can give them another chance. Marshal Dongfang nodded and said, Go ahead. When Yi Changqing turned around, Marshal Dongfang thought for a while and suddenly telepathically said, We also don't want to make things so troublesome, but this is what His Majesty personally requested. Yi Changqing's heart skipped a beat. His Majesty personally requested. Requested. This sentence, this word, meant too much. The weight was too heavy. In the arena, the king of Zhongyuan, who was watching the ceremony, was already dumbstruck. His body felt cold and hot. His mind also seemed to be a little muddled and sluggish. Then, Minister Ding called out 7 names consecutively. Each name was like a knife that stabbed viciously into the king of Zhongyuan's heart. After 10 consecutive battles, 10 hidden dragon geniuses fell on the arena. All of them died and went to hell hand in hand. After the 10 battles, the whole Hidden Dragon High School was so silent that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The eyes of many students were filled with raging anger. They couldn't understand why this was. A small portion of the hidden dragon geniuses already understood. This was a purge, but in the king of Zhongyuan's heart, it was more like a mountain of knives and a sea of flames, a death by 1,000 cuts. Because he knew the reason. He knew that these 10 names were not only from the Hidden Dragon High School's genius students and star students, but also 9 of the boys were the illegitimate children of the king of Zhongyuan, his own flesh and blood. Chapter 673. Only that Xiao Junyi was truly the goddaughter of the king of the Zhongyuan. This was a huge move. Under the king of the Zhongyuan's painstaking nurturing, those 9 genius illegitimate children stood out from his large number of illegitimate children and entered the Hidden Dragon High School with different identities. All of them were geniuses and were about to mature. As long as they graduated from the Hidden Dragon Academy, they would be able to serve in the army. With the old prince's countless old subordinates in the army, they could easily create an officer or a general with a bright future. There was no risk in doing so, and these genius, illegitimate children who returned from the battlefield were all heroes of the nation. They naturally entered various important positions and rose through the ranks with the help of a dense network of connections. No one could find fault with such a resume. By that time, as the crown princess, Xiao Junyi would also be in a high position. Coupled with the foundation of power that she had laid down early on, how difficult would it be to nurture a few super clans? With the help of various parties and the king of the Zhongyuan's many years of painstaking effort, it would be enough to shake the court and influence the movements of the continent. The king of the Zhongyuan was patient, persistent, and determined. He was conceited enough to wait and pay the price. In order to achieve this goal of his, he could continuously throw out external forces year after year to attract attention. Through this, he could create space and leeway for these people to continue growing. He had been doing this for many, many years. In fact, the spies he had planted were far more than these 10 people. In these many years, there were already many illegitimate children and godsons who entered the military. Many of them had even returned from the military and were already in some important positions. This was where his true confidence lay. However, today's inspection had ruthlessly shattered all of this. The king of the Zhongyuan could still keep his composure when it was the first two. But when all 10 of them, including the 3 illegitimate children he thought were the most secretive, were caught and cruelly killed in front of his eyes through a martial arts competition, the king of the Zhongyuan knew clearly. It was over, because there were only a total of 10 people he had arranged to enter the Hidden Dragon High School. And these 10 people, not one less, were all dead on the spot, right in front of him. These were all the king of the Zhongyuan's favorite children. Right in front of him, he killed them one by one. Every time he killed one of them, it was a heart-wrenching pain. He was forced to watch helplessly as his own sons were killed one after another. This method was simply cruel to the extreme. However, he couldn't move. There was another meaning behind the fact that the commanders of the 3 armies had come together and participated in this farce personally. It was about time that those people that had been planted in the early years had all been grasped. His so-called big picture had been destroyed, completely destroyed. The end of the 10 matches also represented the end of the first stage of the competition. However, at this moment, the anger of the entire Hidden Dragon High School almost reached the heavens. Enchanting had a splitting headache. I knew the truth of the matter, and I also knew why it was done. But if you don't explain, what do you want me to do? Enchanting obviously knew why they didn't explain. The royal family's scandal couldn't be announced to the world. Once this veil was pulled off, it would cause a huge uproar. Furthermore, although the king of the Zhongyuan had planned this scheme, he was still the son of the god of war. For the sake of their old friendship, the military had left him a way out. This also led to this matter. Whether it was for public or private reasons, it couldn't be brought to the surface. But, in the face of these rowdy students, how should the Hidden Dragon high martial artist manage them? How should he guide them? Don't tell me you want me to say to the students, we've been crushed like this, and we're going to let it go just like this? Can't you think for me? However, Enchanting thought too much of the students. At this moment, although there were many students who were angry and couldn't wait to kill their opponents to vent their anger, many small groups were discussing today's matter, especially the many strange things. Why? Why did the commander of the 3 armies, the head of the martial education department, come to inspect? Was it just to kill a few people in the Hidden Dragon High School to enrage the students? That's impossible. That's giving the students of the Hidden Dragon High School too much face. When they thought about how Xiao Junie had called him Godfather, some clever students had already woken up from their anger. They were deep in thought. What was the reason for all of this? Why did everything that happened today seem so fishy? Why did everything seem so wrong today on the stage? Commander Shimin waved his hand and set up a barrier. He said indifferently, Typhon, today's matter has come to an end. What are your thoughts? The king of the Zhongyuan looked defeated and his eyes were filled with worry. A strange fluctuation appeared on his face. Sometimes all the blood in his body rushed to the top of his head. Sometimes all the blood in his head retreated. After hearing this question, he was actually at a loss for a while. Then he said dejectedly, No. No? How can there be no? General Shimin smiled faintly and said, Before I came here, I had counted the names of the recent casualties. In a previous battle in the Western Army, there were 37 low-level officers who died on the spot. This is the name list. A piece of paper flew out from Commander Shimin's hand and landed in front of the king of the Zhongyuan. The king of the Zhongyuan didn't want to look. He knew whose name was on it and even guessed the name on the list. However, he could not look at it. He just took a look and closed his eyes immediately. Yes, 37 of them. Over the years, they had been assigned to the Western Army. Now, there were only 37 of them still serving in the Western Army. Now, all of them were listed on this name list. 37 martyrs. Commander Shimin sighed. Finally, your reputation is not bad. Ha ha ha. The king of the Zhongyuan laughed bitterly. They were all dead. So what if their reputation was not bad? What was the use? Just like the dead Xiao Junie. She was just a dead person. Even if she had a great future, it was all in vain. However, he soon knew that this good reputation was already due to Commander Sheeman, giving him a great deal of face. So the Western Army also has losses, and they're losses from the war. This is really not bad. Our Eastern Army is a big joke. 17 officers died in a fight in the camp. This is really a disgrace. Another name list floated out. The king of the Zhongyuan's face turned red. All the blood in his body seemed to have rushed to his head. The corners of his eyes were about to tear. 14 people from the Southern Army died. They violated military discipline and drank themselves to death. Fuck, have they not drunken their lives? The deputy commander of the Southern Army cursed. 5 people from the Northern Army. 5 people who loved to look pretty. They knew that the weather was cold, but they didn't wear winter clothes for the sake of face. In the end, they all froze to death. Fuck, what is going on? Commander Baigong sighed and took out a name list as well. He said painfully, this kind of death is sensational. How can they report their military exploits? Sigh, they are really useless. Commander Ding put down the phone that he just hung up and said solemnly, I just received news that 3 students from Yunwan High School fell into the water and died. The cause of the accident is still under investigation. 4 students from Ancestral Dragon High School also died at the same time. For some reason, 7 students gathered together for a party and drowned. This is really strange. Here, this is the name list. The king of the Zhongyuan can take a look and see if you know any of them. Commander Ding shook his head. Sigh, they're all star students with good cultivation. How could they drown? Could it be that there are really ghosts in this world? Maybe there really are. Commander Dongfang shook his head and sighed. Today, more than 300 officials in the country all drowned. There are strange things every year, but not as many as today. Could it be that today is the day of Mercury's retrograde flood that occurs once in 100 years? Commander Baigong laughed. I'm not sure if it's a flood today, but it's definitely a disaster today. I've just received news that 7 clans' residences have all collapsed. I don't know how many feet the ground has caved in. None of the clans are lucky enough to survive. What's more unbelievable is that these families all had a routine family gathering when the accident happened. Among them is the Qi family. Qi family. There's even a Qi family. TSK. The king of the Zhongyuan opened his mouth and suddenly spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. It sprayed out a full 5 meters, and all of it sprayed onto the arena. Panting heavily, he said with difficulty, Enough, don't say any more. Please, don't say any more. His eyes were dazzled, and the sky turned dark. It's over, it's all over. This time, it's really all over. All the seeds and names of all the extended forces that he had cultivated after so many years of planning, painstaking effort were all listed on the list of accidents. Not a single one of them survived. Not a single one of them was lucky. All these years, the few families that had secretly cooperated with him all appeared on the list and were all wiped out. Commander Ding's eyes were as cold as ice. He said slowly, I also just received news that a big case has happened in the palace. 7 people in the palace died mysteriously, and 11 people in the crown prince's residence died on the spot. This is the list of the deceased. The accident is being investigated further. Today is really a day of many disasters. So many changes have happened, and so many people have died. Are you done yet? The king of the Zhongyuan stood up and shouted sternly, What else do you want? Tell me, what else do you want? Impudent. Marshal Dongfang scolded sternly. How can you make a fuss in front of your elders? You've really disgraced the royal family. I've disgraced the royal family? I've disgraced the royal family? The king of the Zhongyuan was already a little deranged. He shouted in grief and indignation. My men are all dead. They're all dead. Those are your men? What are these people planning to do? Marshal Sheeman said coldly. The king of the Zhongyuan was suddenly at a loss for words. He suddenly threw caution to the wind and shouted, Now, you're the ones who killed the future crown prince consort. That's the crown prince consort. The 3 marshals, you've committed a great taboo. Commander Ding looked at the king of the Zhongyuan and said softly, You don't dare to kill the future crown prince consort. You haven't killed her before. Marshal Dongfang narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "This is just an eye for an eye." Chapter 674. The king of Zhongyuan was stunned. Beside him, Vice Principal Cheng Gaing's eyes were filled with hatred. His eyes were fixed on the king of Zhongyuan as if he wanted to swallow him whole and chew him up. A barrier had been set up, so no one outside could hear what was said inside. However, it was precisely because of this that what was being said inside was truly shocking. There was no need to hold back anymore. Every sentence was enough to set off stormy waves and endless waves. Are you unhappy? Are you angry? Marshal Dongfang tilted his head and looked at the king of Zhongyuan. His face was cold and expressionless, and his eyes were indifferent. Do you know why we're doing this today? Do you think that you alone are worthy of the three of us coming here to suppress you, to go through so much trouble? Marshal Dongfang sneered. You are not worthy. In the end, you are just a hereditary prince. What achievements and assets do you have that are worthy of us coming here? The first reason why we are here is that His Majesty personally requested to spare your life. Keep the Prince of Zhongyuan's mansion, because the glory of the invincible god of war of the continent is the banner of the astral souls of the continent. It cannot be left behind. His Majesty also does not want to stir up a tsunami of emotions among the old subordinates of Jun Nanshan. More so, he cannot bear the reputation of killing the descendants of loyal officials and cutting off the descendants of heroes. We are here because of your father, the first prince of the royal family, the invincible god of war of the continent. For this old friend, today is the last time we are protecting you. Marshal Dongfang said calmly, "You did not hear wrongly. What we are doing today is to protect you. With what you have done, we should lead the troops to flatten your mansion. It is only a matter of time. It is what we should do. Do you know that before we came, the Nanzheng Xian had secretly mobilized 200,000 troops to prepare for a military exercise in the Central Plains? If not for His Majesty's persuasion, your Prince of Zhongyuan's mansion would have been crushed. But back then, your father made great contributions for the continent and the country. It is enough for him to be crowned a new king. Countless brothers of the Western Army have been saved by him." Marshal Shimon's voice was heavy as he said, "Before I came here, more than 40 of my old brothers knelt in front of me. They begged me to spare their old brothers some face. That's why I suggested that we call you here, so that you can witness everything with your own eyes. You know what mistake you've made, what crime you've committed. From now on, your father's mountainous achievements, all the glory, all the favors, and all the gratitude." Marshal Shimon said softly, "Nothing is left. For this reason, we won't even explain to the students present why we did this. It's because we don't want to exterminate the descendants of our old brother." The king of Zhongyan laughed bitterly. "Even if you don't want to explain, is there not a single smart person in this matter? That call of Godfather has already pushed me into a desperate situation. This matter has already been exposed to the world. What's the point of explaining it? But at least we've protected your father's prince mansion of the Central Plains. At least you won't act rashly and can still live a peaceful life as a wealthy idler for the rest of your life." Marshal Shimon said solemnly, "Now, your matter is done. Jun Taifeng, you can go back and leave this place immediately. I don't want to see you again. From now on, you're on your own." Clang! A broken saber covered with sawtooth fell in front of the king of Zhongyuan. The body of the saber was dark red, and it was covered with scars. The edge of the saber was densely packed with jagged teeth. Those were the wounds that were caused by millions of desperate slashes. This is your father's 100-battle saber. This saber is made of indestructible iron. Indestructible iron has always been known for being difficult to damage. Your father used this saber to fight for his whole life. The indestructible iron that is said to be difficult to damage has been used by him to this extent. This saber has always been the pride of the Western Army. Marshal Shimon stroked the saber gently. His hands were actually trembling slightly. His voice was trembling, and there were tears in his eyes. Now, let it return to your prince mansion of the Central Plains, our Western army. In the future, we won't be able to bear the mountainous sins that your father's son has repaid us. 20 million soldiers, because of your treason, have lost all their military merits. Together, for your father, we will help you bear the crime of treason. From now on, we will not know each other and have nothing to do with each other. Marshal Sheeman's tears fell on the 100-battle saber. He said softly and with a trembling voice, "Nanshan, brother, I'm sorry." He took a deep breath and pushed the 100-battle saber out resolutely. "Take it away." The 100-battle saber let out a mournful cry. The saber flashed with red light, as if it couldn't bear to leave. This treasured saber that had killed countless enemies seemed to be sentient. It was unwilling to leave the atmosphere it was most familiar with. The king of Zhongyuan stared at the saber. He wanted to reach out and grab the hilt several times, but he couldn't reach out his hand. He could feel that as long as his hand grasped the hilt of the saber, he would thoroughly tarnish his father's monstrous battle achievements. "I am me. My father is my father." The king of Zhongyuan stood up and said with a cold expression, "My actions have nothing to do with him. This saber is his saber. He can leave it wherever he wants. It's just a saber. What does it have to do with me? I'll bear the consequences of my own actions. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Now, have you all humiliated me enough?" The king of Zhongyuan said calmly, "If it's enough, I'll leave." Marshal Sheeman narrowed his eyes and said, "Enough. You can leave now. Leave immediately." The king of Zhongyuan laughed maniacally and strode out. However, after taking 2 steps, he hesitated for a moment. He turned around and bowed deeply to the 100-battle saber on the ground. Then, he turned and left. He rose into the air and left with the wind. The king of Zhongyuan, who was in the air, suddenly laughed loudly. He strode away and left without looking back. Marshal Sheeman heaved a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, he immediately held the 100-battle saber in his hand. The 100-battle saber made a buzzing sound, as if a child who had been wronged was crying to his parents. He gently stroked the saber hilt and muttered, "He's back. He won't leave. Don't worry, he still has some sense of shame." Marshal Dongfang sneered and said, "If he dares to take this saber away today, I'll send my troops to destroy him tomorrow. At least he knows his place. Does he deserve to take this 100-battle saber?" At the side, Vice Principal Cheng's eyes were red as he asked, "Marshals, may I ask if the Prince of Zhongyuan's crime is really written off just like that? Are we really not going to seek revenge for that monstrous sin and the debt of blood?" Marshal Dongfang narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "Yes, we can't pursue it anymore." Cheng Gaing's eyes were red. His chest heaved, and the corners of his eyes looked like they were about to tear. Marshal Sheeman said to Marshal Dongfang calmly, "At least we didn't let our old brother down. This time, we help him bear the crime of treason. We should have done it, and we shouldn't have." Marshal Dongfang nodded gently and sighed. "In the future, if anyone uses the law to pursue this matter, we will have to stand up and demand an explanation." Vice Principal Cheng was so angry that his chest was about to explode. He took a big step forward and was about to speak, but Yi Changqing quickly pulled him back. "Idiot," Yi Changqing said anxiously. "Are you stupid? Marshal Dongfang has already said that we can't pursue this matter according to the law, but he didn't say how to deal with the grudges of the martial world. Do you have to say everything? In the end, you're going to block the last path of revenge. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can deny the last bit of glory of the invincible war god of the Central Plains for your family?" Cheng Gaing felt as if cold water had been poured over his head. He immediately came to his senses and hurriedly shut his mouth. Marshal Dongfang looked meaningfully at Yi Changqing with a smile in his eyes. With their status, if they said they would protect him, they would protect him to the end. Therefore, they personally took action and wiped out all of the king of Zhongyuan subordinates. They uprooted all of the king of Zhongyuan's efforts. This made their attitude clear. We will make sure he doesn't have that kind of ability. You can rest assured. If Vice Principal Chung went forward and asked, then, are you going to protect the grudges of the martial world and personal grudges as well? As long as this sentence was asked, the answer would be obvious. We are going to protect him. And it would be a prophecy. They would protect him to the end. But as long as this sentence was not asked, there would still be an opening, because you didn't say it. The law of the country sanctioned him, and His Majesty spoke. For our old brother, we will protect him. But we don't care about the grudges of the martial world. Of course, you have to take risks to take revenge. If you are killed, no one will care. Even if you kill someone, they will put you on the wanted list. These were all things that had to be considered carefully. Next was still the challenge. The king of Zhongyuan had already left. What was there to challenge? Of course there was. Next is the challenge of Team 5. Minister Ding said. Below the stage, the captains of Team 5 were dumbfounded. We were just here to have fun. We didn't say we were going to challenge. What was going on? Below the stage, Team 2's captain, the young man in green, transmitted his voice to Team 5's captain, the red-haired man. Next, you have 8 spots. You can accept the challenge and kill these 8 people, but you can also make these 8 people drop out of the school on the spot. Since you are here, I will give you face. But when you go back, you and your people have to keep your mouths shut. The red-haired man was a little dumbfounded. What was going on? He hurriedly started to investigate. Then, he smacked his head with a furious expression. They had placed a total of 8 students in Hidden Dragon High School as spies in the future. In the end, all of their information was in the hands of others. How could they play? Holding the name list handed over by the other side and comparing it with the names drawn by Hidden Dragon High School this time, he looked dejected. Drop out. No more challenges. The red-haired man made a prompt decision. They had already been exposed. Could it be that they still had to send people up to fight and be watched as a monkey show? Chapter 675. Yu Xiaoyu said, after dropping out, these 8 people will be wanted by the entire continent. Protect them well. The red-haired man had an unlucky expression. Who the fuck was the one who planted the spies? I came out to play in high spirits, but I ended up with my face covered in dirt. Isn't it an insult for a big shot like me to clean up these small buttocks? If you want to be wanted, then go ahead. Anyway, I'm going to take them away first. After I take them away, their life and death will be decided by fate. It's a deal. The 5 teams gave up on the challenge. The 8 students who were named also dropped out on the spot. Many people couldn't understand what was going on. However, Yi Changqing's eyes were already shining with a cold light. He did not need anyone to explain this to him. Spies. From today onwards, these 8 people would become the candidates for the Hidden Dragon High School graduates. Department Head Ding let out a long sigh. The first stage of the competition was finally over. He wondered what the second stage would be like. Why was there no notification? My head hurts, big shots. General Dongfang and the others were all very interested. It was the second stage. Would that military advisor make a move? They were looking forward to it. The second stage begins. Department Head Ding took out another piece of paper that suddenly appeared in his hand. He forcefully suppressed the depression in his heart and announced loudly. As soon as these words came out, everyone's hearts instantly rose high. In the first stage, the Hidden Dragon High School students lost 10 rounds in a row and lost 10 people. Now that the second stage began, what kind of strange rules would there be? Could it be a battle of life and death? Continuing the Hidden Dragon High School students' losing streak, a nightmare of death? The second stage. Department Head Ding glanced at the paper and saw the rules of the second stage clearly. He immediately let out a long sigh. He had finally returned to the normal inspection track. The second stage is a friendly competition. There will be 12 rounds. 3 people from the Origin Core realm, 3 from the Soul Transformation realm, and 3 from the Cloud Transformation realm. Everyone's eyes were focused. Was Department Head Ding stupid today? There are only 9 rounds, right? Where did the total of 12 rounds come from? After the first 9 rounds of friendly competition, there will be 3 rounds of challenge competition. The 3 teams will send out people to challenge any student they want. Department Head Ding said. This rule was more or less a little strange. However, in the end, there was no life and death battle, no shadow of death. Enchanting asked cautiously, "May I ask if the designated students are designated by our school or by the other party?" Minister Ding said, "Of course it's designated by the other party." The worry on Yi Changqing's face deepened, and it didn't improve at all because of the friendly match. Being randomly selected by the other party, the danger was still great. Who knew which student the other party would choose? It would still be a tough battle, and it would be very difficult to fight. Below them, the group of people from Team 1 was still languid and listless as before. The young disciples inside looked eager to give it a try. Just like what Department Head Ding had said, one was at the peak of the Dan Essence realm, one was at the peak of the nascent soul transformation realm, and one was at the peak of the cloud transformation realm. Among the three teams, the one that was the most confused and didn't know what to do was Team 1. They really didn't know anything. Their original intention was to spar with the younger generation, to test and teach them. Moreover, they didn't have any big shots accompanying them. The higher-ups only sent a few leaders. Other than that, they didn't know anything about the so-called secret. To be honest, the previous 10 battles weren't just a nightmare for the people from Hidden Dragon High School. The people from Team 1 were also in a state of shock and panic. So the competition in the Astral Souls continent was actually this cruel. People would die as long as there was a competition. Wow, delicious chicken. It was only after the king of Zhongyan left that the leader of Team 1 realized in hindsight, oh, there seems to be something else going on here. But what was it? Wu sha sha, don't slaughter sheep. The people from Team 2 were natives of the Astral Souls continent. There was no need to mention that they had other goals. When they heard that the second round was about to begin, they immediately became 100 times more spirited. They were at least more serious than the previous 10 battles. The three leaders were fighting for a spot. When it's that kid's turn, let me go. You must let me go. Get lost, I'll go. You two don't have to go. I'm his senior sister-in-law. It's reasonable for me to go. No, why should you go? Why should you? The three leaders, 2 men and 1 woman, were eyeing each other covetously. They almost wanted to fight their own people first. His eyes were filled with great interest. This kind of tiger pretending to be a pig to eat a puppy was really interesting. As for Team 5, their goal was even simpler. They chose 2 disciples to prepare for the nascent soul and cloud transformation competitions. As for the rest, it was a competition between the 3 team leaders. I'll go. You can't. You'll ruin everything. Let me do it. Brothers, I've been holding back for so many years. Let me do it once. Let me feel good. Everyone was very interested in the drama of a tiger pretending to be a pig and eating a puppy, and their interest was exceptionally high. So Xiaoduo inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but shiver as he muttered, "Swollen, I feel. Why do I feel like something is wrong today? Didn't King of Zhongyuan leave? It's time to return to normal mode. Why are there still such abnormalities?" It was an inexplicable feeling of guilt and cowardice that came from an unknown source. 'Tis with Xiaoduo this was his first time experiencing something like this ever since he had stepped into the Tao. He felt like a pink puppy with only baby teeth that was suddenly surrounded by a group of adult tigers, although the tigers wouldn't really eat him. Everyone wanted to toy with him and trample on him. It was true. Naturally, this feeling was extremely terrible. Something is indeed wrong. Li Qinglong's mind was spinning quickly. He said, the truth of the previous 10 battles was clear. They were all targeted at the king of Zhongyuan. Just now, the atmosphere on the stage was unprecedentedly tense. But then, the king of Zhongyuan suddenly left. This proves that this matter has come to an end. So Xiaoduo nodded. You mean the ultimate goal of the 3 great commanders is actually the king of Zhongyuan? Then, once the king of Zhongyuan left, the 3 great commanders' established goal has actually been achieved? Li Qinglong nodded affirmatively and said, That's right. From what I can see, the 3 commanders' attitudes have suddenly become much more relaxed. They even seem a bit bored. I think the three commanders should have nothing else to do. That's why they're like this. In other words, the segment that belongs to them has ended. I don't think so, Gao Xiao interrupted. Although the three great commanders' expressions are relaxed, there's a look of anticipation between their brows. There should be something else that is enough to attract their attention. It's just that this matter itself isn't very important. It's not essential to the three great commanders. But if there is something, the three great commanders will be happy to see it happen. But what exactly is it? This is very troublesome to think about. Li Chenglong touched his chin. The great commanders are most excited about military affairs. But for now, I really don't have a clue. I can't think of what it could be. The people who fought in the battle just now all belong to the second team. The implication is clearly, solving the internal problems of the Astral Souls continent has nothing to do with the other two continents. Of course, the other two teams won't be arranged to fight. Gao Xiao said, but there is another puzzle. If our guess is right, this is after all a family scandal. Why do the UMNO Alliance and the Dao League have to stand aside and become a laughingstock? She looked at Li Chenglong. Her eyes were full of anticipation. Li Chenglong couldn't help but feel annoyed. This little girl has shown her sincerity the last time. She's tried to test me again and again. Her intention can be said to be sinister. She's obviously hoping that I can't answer her question, so that she can answer it and show that she has a better foresight than me. She was so disgusting, so annoying. Li Chenglong said unhappily, "Are you stupid?" Letting them see this is to let them understand that the king of Zhongyuan's schemes have been exposed. He has been targeted. His power is gone. So, if you want to cause trouble, don't look for him. It's useless. If you force him, it'll only be in vain. This is a double solution. On the one hand, it will eliminate the possibility of these two parties colluding with the king of Zhongyuan. On the other hand, it will completely cut off the possibility of the king of Zhongyuan rising again. Think about it. If these two parties find the king of Zhongyuan and plot something together, there might be a big mess. Now that they know their target, it's just an internal problem. It'll be fine to deal with it quietly. If it really gets out of hand, it'll definitely be a scandal of the royal family. The consequences will be really unimaginable. You still have to ask such a simple question. Can't you figure it out? Gao Xiao curled her lips. Vice Squad Leader Li, you're really smart. I admire you. Li Chenglong snorted and did not say anything. Suddenly, Swollen Man felt a fragrance surround him. A voice that sounded like a smile moved closer to him, but there was a bone-chilling chill in it. You guys are having a good time chatting. Count me in too. Let's discuss it together. It was Xiang Bing who finally could not hold back and squeezed her way over. If she did not come over, this adulterous couple would not stop exchanging glances with each other. She was tall and definitely stood out among the women. She squeezed herself between Li Chenglong and Gao Xiao, without holding back. She sat down, stuck her butt out, and forcefully pushed Li Chenglong out. Li Chenglong only felt a great force pushing against him. Caught off guard, he was almost sent flying. He used all his strength to stand still, and he almost fell onto Zhua Xiaoduo. He could not help but be dumbfounded. There are no more seats here, and you still want to squeeze over here. Don't you have eyes? Also, you're practically using force, okay? Is there a need for that? But Xiang Bing's face was covered in frost, and Li Chenglong could not figure it out for a period of time. Who made her angry? What's going on? Begging for votes, recommendation, subscription. Also, while you're reading, please give your brothers and sisters comments alike. Let's have a few experts as well, haha. Chapter 676. Li Chenglong stood up angrily and sat on the other side, where Xiang Bing originally sat. He let out a long sigh of relief. He finally got rid of Gao Xiao, this annoying woman. He didn't know why this woman had so many questions. She was like a movie with 100,000 whys by his side. Gao Xiao's beautiful eyes looked at Li Chenglong, who left in a sorry state with a dumbfounded expression. She looked at Xiang Bing, who was smiling warmly at her, but had a deep sense of wariness in her eyes. She could not help but laugh out loud. So that's how it is. So interesting. As expected, his real name was wrong, and his nickname was correct. He was indeed the leader of the Iron Cult. He was iron enough and straight enough. The guy who prided himself on being extremely smart actually didn't even notice such an obvious thing. This was really too interesting. So a Xiao Duo, who was at the side, rolled his eyes and said slowly, Miss Chao and Li Chenglong really talk about everything. You two are very congenial. I really envy how you two feel like old friends at first sight. Unlike others, you can live together for a lifetime and still feel like new. Xiang Bing's face became gloomier. Gao Xiao blinked and said knowingly, Vice Squad Leader Li is really a rare good man. Xiao is also very happy to have Vice Squad Leader Li as a confidant. When you have time, I'll invite Vice Squad Leader Li to my house. My mother heard me mention it a few times and has always been curious to meet him. This is a new student who is knowledgeable and is second only to Squad Leader Xiao Duo. What? Meet your mother? You want to meet her parents? Xiang Bing was furious. Xiang Bing said with a sour face, with Li Chenglong's IQ, this Iron Cult leader can only find a wife through an arranged marriage. Otherwise, he will probably be alone for the rest of his life. Gao Xiao's beautiful eyes moved and said, I don't think so. With Vice Squad Leader Li's insight and wisdom, how can an ordinary woman enter his eyes? It's better to have nothing than to have something substandard. It's best to not even consider an arranged marriage. With Vice Squad Leader Li's character, wisdom, and cultivation, he will definitely not be alone for the rest of his life. So what if he's an Iron Man? I admire this type of man the most. This type is great. At the very least, he won't be a playboy for the rest of his life. He's reliable. Xiang Bing said angrily, That's because your eyesight is bad. Suddenly, he rolled his eyes and said, I think Class Monitor Zhua is better than Li Chenglong in every aspect. Whether it's his intelligence or his straight personality, he's more suitable for Senior Gao than Li Chenglong. Senior Gao, why don't you consider it? Seeing that she couldn't win against Gao Xiao, this girl actually wanted to divert the trouble away. Gao Xiao smiled sweetly. Class Monitor Zhua is naturally not a hero of the world, but he is really a high mountain that people look up to and difficult to get close to. People like Li Chenglong are the most approachable and congenial. Xiang Bing was furious and bared his teeth. This guy is lazy, greedy, ugly, short, wretched, and afraid of death. He's also an idiot who doesn't understand romance. His brain is like a block of wood. I can't believe someone likes him. A meaningful smile appeared on Gao Xiao's lips. How do you know it's not? Because someone else has bad eyesight and can't see the gold hidden in the sand. But this is also good. We don't have to worry about people snatching it. Xiang Bing's lungs were about to explode from Gao Xiao's words, but she couldn't do anything. She could only say angrily, What's wrong with these leaders? If they want to compete, then let's compete. Why are they dragging it out? How did they become such high-ranking officials? She had nowhere to vent her frustration, so she actually vented her anger on the marshals. Gao Xiao tactfully shut her mouth and didn't say anything. So Xiao Duo saw that the fire was already burning and wisely didn't say anything. Xiang Bing was even more furious. What's the meaning of all of you not saying anything? Is it because I'm here? If you think I'm annoying, then I'll leave. Li Chenglong stretched his head over and said, Please lower your voice. The leaders are still discussing. Why are you in such a hurry? It's such a big scene. Can't you calm down and be more reserved? Xiang Bing finally found a target to vent her anger. She said angrily, Who's talking to you? Scumbag. Li Chenglong was immediately dumbfounded. Scumbag? Was she talking about him? He never thought that he would be associated with this word one day. But even if he wanted to be scumbag, there was no one to be scumbag. Who was he scumbag? However, he couldn't refute this question. He shrunk his neck and didn't say anything. Xiang Bing was even more furious. She said angrily, Why aren't you saying anything? Scumbag. Her anger was completely burning. She had been holding it in for almost an entire day. At this moment, it was out of control. It was like a huge oil barrel that was already on fire. The fire was very big. It was about to explode, Li Qinglong saw that Xiang Bing wanted a yard after taking an inch, and finally couldn't help but retort, I can see that you're going to fight whoever you can get your hands on. Don't be crazy with me. Who's the scumbag? Don't talk nonsense. Xiang Bing was burning with anger. Scumbag, scumbag, scumbag. I'll say that you're a scumbag. Li Qinglong was even angrier. He retorted, that's enough. Who am I, scumbag? Scumbag you. This sentence instantly ignited the barrel of gunpowder. It exploded. You actually want to scumbag me? Xiang Bing screamed and pounced over. She grabbed Li Qinglong and gave him a beating. Suddenly, the chairs fell. The scene was chaotic. Many students jumped up and ran to the side. Li Qinglong never thought that Xiang Bing would suddenly go crazy at this time. She actually dared to hit him in such a serious situation. She was so unscrupulous and didn't care about anything. Without any preparation, he was thrown to the ground by Xiang Bing. What followed was a barrage of punches that came like a storm. Li Qinglong was still worried about the consequences and didn't dare to fight back. In an instant, he was punched and kicked countless times. His shoulder was even bitten by Xiang Bing. He was in so much pain that he hissed and cried, let go, let go, hiss, let go. Xiang Bing finally took advantage of him. How about you let go? She bit him hard and didn't let go. Her tears fell down drop by drop. She had been holding it in for the entire match. Since the start of the competition, Gao, Xiao, had come over. Throughout the whole process, Xiang Bing did not even look at the 10 matches. She had been listening attentively, listening to the movements on this side. The corners of her eyes were like soldering iron. She saw the two of them talking in full swing. Occasionally, they even used telepathy. Obviously, they didn't want others to hear them. Then, she looked at the ambiguous smile on their faces. You guys must be discussing something shameful. It wasn't easy for Xiang Bing to hold it in for so long. She suppressed her anger again and again. Now that they had started fighting, she might as well vent her anger. She beat Li Qinglong until his head was full of bumps. She didn't want to stop. Li Qinglong had been thinking about the big picture. He had been holding it in. However, Xiang Bing didn't want to stop. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. He said angrily, you are so unreasonable. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Immediately, he exerted his strength and flipped over. Then, he pressed Xiang Bing down with ease. With a dong sound, her head hit the hard floor. His large fist was about to smash down. You're looking for a beating. Just as he was about to punch her, he saw that Xiang Bing's eyes were full of tears. He was stunned. He stopped and asked, you hit me. Why are you crying? I'm not crying. Scumbag. Xiang Bing straightened her back like a mad tiger. She bit Li Qinglong's left cheek again. Her mouth was moaning. She didn't let go. Li Qinglong shouted, pull her away. This woman is crazy. At this moment, when Xingtian was so angry that his face turned purple. In such a serious occasion, his class, which was full of elites, actually had such a thing happen. Even a few marshals on the stage looked over in surprise. Team 1, Team 2, and Team 5 all turned their heads to watch with great interest, their eyes full of excitement. Clearly, in the eyes of these people, they were already imagining dozens of episodes of a school love story in an instant. Zwishaoduo, when Xingtian said angrily, what are you waiting for? Zwishaoduo was laughing at his misfortune. He was confused when he heard that. What did I do? If you didn't instigate, would they have fought? When Xingtian saw everything, seeing that this guy was still pretending to be confused, he wanted to slap him. As the class monitor, you didn't stop it immediately. Instead, you added fuel to the fire. What are you looking at? Hurry up and pull them away. Do you think I don't teach you enough? Ahem. Zwishaoduo defended himself. I didn't instigate anything. I just wanted to accuse them. At the same time, he and Xiang Chong moved to separate the two. Li Qinglong, who was beaten up, was covered in dirt and looked confused. He didn't know why he was suddenly beaten up. Xiang Bing, who was beating him up, cried silently, as if she had been wronged, when Xingtian looked at Li Qinglong with disappointment and said angrily, hurry up and pacify her. Li Qinglong cried out in grievance. Teacher Wen, you can't judge a person. I'm the one who was beaten up. What happened to equality between men and women? When Xingtian's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Fuck, you're the leader of the Iron God sect. I didn't call you wrong at all. Since such a long time ago, who in class 1 didn't know that Xiang Bing was interested in Li Chenglong. Even when Xingtian saw it and understood everything however, Li Chenglong was the only one who didn't feel anything even though his body was as tough as steel. He greeted Xiang Bing's face with his fists every day. During this period of time, when Xingtian had been watching with Xiao Duo, this bad egg constantly instigate things. Today, he said that Yu Yin seemed to like Li Chenglong. Now that both of them were not around, they probably went on a date. Then, Xiang Bing went to fight with Li Chenglong. Tomorrow, he instigated that Zhen Piapiao looked at Li Chenglong strangely and showed signs of falling in love. Then, Xiang Bing rushed to fight with Li Chenglong. Then, so Xiao Duo secretly hid at the side and watched the show, jumping with joy when Xingtian already had a headache over this bad behavior. A cheap bitch, a silly bitch, and a silly girl who loved to say things in her heart. Why did I teach such a group of students? Not only was Xiao Duo, but even Meng Zhongjun and the others were well aware of this matter. However, each of them held back and didn't tell Li Chenglong about it. Every time Xiang Bing went to fight with Li Chenglong with a heart full of depression, everyone would just follow behind and watch the fun. Once, the two of them fought in class. As a result, everyone in the class, both men and women, quietly crowded at the window and peeked at what kind of a group was this. Chapter 677. The students of Class 1 had been infected with Zhuo Xiaoduo's despicable temperament. Every one of them took pleasure in other people's misfortune and enjoyed watching a good show, especially after every time Li Chenglong was beaten up, he would have a depressed and confused look on his face. It was simply the source of joy for the entire class during this period of time. Although when Xingtian wanted to laugh every time he saw Li Chenglong's confused face, he had also secretly joined in the fun many times, taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. But at what time was it now? The top officials of the continent were all watching. Go and comfort her. When Xingtian glared at Li Chenglong's mind was filled with wisdom. He walked in front of Xiang Bing, feeling wronged. Don't cry. But Xiang Bing turned around and ignored him, continuing to cry. I'll beat you to death if you cry again. Li Chenglong coaxed. Everyone almost fainted. They had never heard of coaxing someone like this before. Xiang Bing stopped crying immediately. She raised her head fiercely and bared her teeth. Don't you dare. Li Chenglong turned his head. I've coaxed her. So Xiao Duo fell on his chair and started twitching. When Xingtian's expression was also strange. He finally sighed and waved his hand, indicating for everyone to sit down. I'll give it to you. Everyone has their own fate. Let's leave it to the heavens and go with the flow. Over there, what's going on? Marshal Dongfang asked with interest, his eyes solemn. Just now, he had thought that it was a fight between students and did not pay much attention to it. He had only casually glanced over, but with this glance, he instantly felt that something was different. It was unusually different, because the luck over there was skyrocketing. It was so terrifying that it could even create a hole in the clear sky. Marshal Dongfang was one of the few qi gazing experts in the world. He was almost the #1 person in the astral souls. With this glance, he was so shocked that he almost cried out. He had never seen such dense luck before. Who were these people? Compared to this enormous destiny, Xiao Junyi, who had lost her life, and the aura of the crown princess, who had almost achieved great things, were practically nothing. How could General Dongfang not be moved by such a shocking discovery? That was why he asked this question. It sounded very casual, but General Dongfang already had a plan in mind. On the stage, Yi Chongqing and the others were drawing up a list of participants. Meanwhile, teams 1, 2, and 5 were also drawing up a list of participants. Hearing this, Yi Chongqing did not understand Commander Dongfang's real intention at all. He coughed awkwardly and said, "This is just a quarrel between children. It has nothing to do with the general." Regarding this matter, Yi Changqing was naturally well aware. Xiang Quangren was the vice principal. He had already sighed in the office more than once, saying that his granddaughter had taken a fancy to a blockhead who would not understand even if he was beaten to death. It was really unfortunate for the family, but there was nothing he could do about it. However, every time he said this, Yi Changqing and the others clearly saw that the old man's face was full of pride. This old man was simply showing off that his granddaughter was already taken and that she had a good match. Therefore, as time passed, Yi Changqing and the others were known by everyone. Moreover, the reason was basically because of Zhua Xiaoduo's instigation. Everyone was well aware of this. They all felt powerless to complain in their hearts. With Zhua Xiaoduo, this little bitch, causing trouble in the school every day, there would be chaos every day. However, to be honest, the Hidden Dragon High School had not been as lively as this year for a very, very long time. The frequency of people fighting over tables every day was at least 100 times more than in previous years. There were people breaking arms and legs basically every day. However, one thing was undeniable. Although the atmosphere was foul, when it came to the individual strength of the entire school's students, it was as if they were being whipped by a whip, and their progress was very fast. It had far exceeded the progress of the same period in previous years, and it was even several times more. Such a change spurred the senior students to train as if their lives were at stake. If Zhua Xiaoduo defeated the 4th grade Class 1 and even defeated the entire Hidden Dragon High School, wouldn't everyone be embarrassed to the extreme? Now that Commander Dongfang asked, Yi Changqing could only play dumb and hope that he could fool him. Commander Dongfang was obviously not satisfied with Yi Changqing's answer. He asked, "What's the name of that student?" Yi Changqing coughed and said, "That girl is Vice Principal Xiang's great-granddaughter, Xiangbing." Now, Commander Dongfang, Commander Shimin, and Commander Beigong were all interested. Of course, they were not interested in Xiangbing. The three of them were smart people, and they all understood what Yi Changqing was implying. It seemed like he did not want to say the boy's name. Why was he not saying it? The three commanders were not only smart people, but also experienced in the martial arts world. How could they be fooled by Yi Changqing? Commander Shimin and Commander Beigong were even more cunning. They remembered that Dongfang Jingyang was an expert in aura observation, and now he was specifically asking about that matter. This old man must have found something unusual. Now, with Yi Changqing's hesitation, the two of them were even more certain. Hence, Commander Shimin continued to ask, "What about that boy? What's his name?" Cough, cough. "That boy. His name is Li Chenglong." Yi Changqing braced himself. He did not forget that because of this generation's military advisor, the commanders in front of him had all called him before that he wanted to fool them. But in the end, he was still interrogated. Hearing this name, Commander Dongfang's heart was filled with hatred. Why'd I ask just now? Why couldn't I ask him alone later? Now, look at Shimin Lai and Beigong Hao. These two old men's eyes are as bright as light bulbs. Beigong Hao's eyes widened. That's the freshman who was praised by the generation's military advisor. Shimin Lai nodded as well. No wonder there are beauties fighting for him. He is indeed a dragon among men. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. At the same time, they looked at Commander Dongfang, whose face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. This old man, he wanted to take everything for himself. Ha ha. Are you crazy, old man? At this moment, Department Head Lee, who was standing on the stage, spoke again. The new battle list for the Hidden Dragon High School has been drawn up. Now, it will be a battle between students of the Inner Core Realm. And the rules of the competition are: Head Ding cleared his throat. In the arena, don't go too far. Victory or defeat is decided by a smile. Friendship comes first. Cough, cough, cough. On and off the stage, the sound of coughing could be heard, rising and falling in an endless stream, lasting for a long time. Head Ding stood on the stage and couldn't help but blush. Luckily, after so many years of being an official, his skin had become as thick as a city wall. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold it in. Just now, he said, fighting in the arena is the same as fighting on a battlefield. Weapons have no eyes. life and death is your own responsibility. Now, it had become victory or defeat is decided by a smile. Friendship comes first. This term was a little too big. The Hidden Dragon High School students on the field also widened their eyes. They had truly witnessed the shamelessness of these old foxes. So, it was really like this. Words were just 2 layers of skin. How one said it depended on how thick one's skin was. If one's skin was thick enough, then they could say whatever they wanted without changing their expression. Hidden Dragon High School, Origin Core State, 3 students participating. So, Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, Xiang Chong. Below the stage, Team 2, Team 5. Me. I'm at the Origin Core State. I'm also at the Origin Core State. I'm at the Origin Core State. My battle strength is the weakest. Me too. Don't fight. I'm a true Origin Core State cultivator. On the stage, the 3 commanders and a department head who knew the identities of these fellows were speechless. What was wrong with these fellows? Why were they so enthusiastic? Was a mere Origin Core State cultivator's battle worthy of their interest? Any one of them could defeat a Hidden Dragon High School student with just a breath of air. They were actually interested in a battle of this level. Is he crazy? The results of the draw. Team 1, Bu Yunxiao. Team 2, Yu Xiaoyu. Team 5, Bing Xiaobing. Department Head Ding's voice suddenly became strange. He almost lost control of himself. He knew the identities of these people. When he read out their names, he had an inexplicable urge to bang his head against the wall. What kind of disgusting taste was this? That Bu Yunxiao of the first team was a true peak Origin Core State cultivator. Team 2's Yu Xiaoyu and Team 5's Bing Xiaobing. The 2 of you were too much of a bully to disguise yourselves and fight with an Origin Core State cultivator. If you're so capable, why don't you ascend to the heavens? Department Head Ding felt that he really couldn't watch anymore. However, there was still a draw for the opponents, and Department Head Ding had to preside over it. 3 names against 3 names. Department Head Ding was in charge of drawing the lots. Just as he stretched out his hand, he saw the 6 lots move for some reason. Then, with a slight explosion, the 6 lots turned into powder. Department Head Ding stood there in a daze. His face was slightly pale. With his cultivation, he naturally knew what was going on, so his first reaction was to turn around and leave. What exactly did you guys want? Just a little more, and I would have been torn apart. Below the stage, Yu Xiaoyu and Bing Xiaobing looked at each other with killing intent. Both of them wanted to draw a certain person. Just now, they had already secretly exchanged blows. Even though they had tried their best to control themselves, both of them had used all their strength. The lots that bore the brunt of their attacks were instantly destroyed, and Department Head Ding was almost torn apart. No one is allowed to attack. Yu Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and transmitted her voice. You cheated first, Bing Xiaobing said. How'd you guys know? Yu Xiaoyu said. Why do you care? Bing Xiaobing said. If you draw a lot, you have to have some points. Yu Xiaoyu said. I know better than you. Bing Xiaobing said. Yu Xiaoyu snorted. She was still a little worried. How did the Umno Alliance find out? On our side, only the couple in front of us, Nan Zhengxian, Wu Taijiang, myself, and my father know about it. In total, there are only 6 people who know about it. Even Dong Fong and the others don't know the truth. But this Bing Xiaobing and the other 2 seem to know too. Then who was the one who leaked the news? Yu Xiaoyu's heart was in turmoil. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.